Welcome, Chair Shockley. Can we do a mic check, please?
Hello, can you hear me all right?
Hear you loud and clear. And is that how I say your name?
Correct.
All right, wonderful. Thank you.
Bye. All right. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. If we're ready, we can move forward.
This is the moderator. I'm not sure that we're ready, Mr. Chair.
Okay, just let me know when you're ready.
Will do. This is the moderator. For those of you just joining us, we're running just a little bit behind schedule. We'll let you know as soon as we're ready to go. This is the moderator. I see that we have several new call-in users. If any of those are our committee members, please dial *3 to raise your hand. This is the moderator. Can I have another sound check for Tamara, please?
Sound check. You need a sound check from me,
Uh,
moderator?
no, sir. Looking for Tamara Colson.
Got it.
This is Tamara. Can you hear me?
I hear you through Shannon's mic.
Okay, thank you.
This is the moderator. I have a few different Sarahs and an S. I'm looking for Sarah Paven Parson. If you're available, please raise your hand. For everyone just joining us, this is the moderator. We're running a little bit behind schedule, but we expect to get started soon. We'll give you an update as soon as we know more. Welcome, Sarah Payan. Can we do a mic check, please?
Yes. Can you hear
Hear
me?
you loud and yes, loud and clear.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. This is the moderator. For those of you just joining us, we're not quite ready to get started. We'll let you know as soon as we know more. This is the moderator. We're still waiting for one more committee member before we can get started. Until we have a quorum, we cannot begin the meeting. And I just saw a hand up from somebody in the attendee list. If you put that hand up again, I'll try and address any question you have. Welcome, Paul Susan. How can I
Oh,
help
can you
you?
hear me?
Yes.
I was just wondering if perhaps the attendees or the members thought that perhaps they weren't appointed to the subcommittee and aren't showing up because they thought they were going to the general and weren't assigned to this equity subcommittee. Is that a possibility?
Uh, that is a possibility. I'm not with the department. I'm your host and the moderator for this meeting. I'm with the Department of Consumer Affairs, not DCC.
I see. Okay.
My apologies.
Excuse me, moderator. Is there anyone reaching out to the other committee members to see if they can attend?
Yes, Mr. Chair. We have staff working on that as we speak.
Thank you. All right, thank you for everybody's patience. We're working on this right now, trying to get a quorum. Thank you.
This is the moderator. I want to thank everyone for their patience. We are still waiting to form a quorum so we can proceed with today's Equity Subcommittee meeting. This is the moderator. Member Christine De La Rosa, can we have a mic check, please?
Hi, this is Christine De La Rosa. Mic check.
You're coming in loud. We've got a little bit of static, but it's good enough, I think.
All right, sounds good.
Yes, it's good enough. All right, Mr. Chair. Um, in fact, let's do a mic check for all of our committee members today. Member Sarah Payon, can we do a mic check, please?
Check, check.
All right, glad you're still here. And Chair Madison Shockley, are you still
Mic
available?
check, yes.
All right. We're probably going to do a roll call, an official roll call after the meeting is started, but we should be good to go in seconds.
All right, just let me know when you're ready.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. This is Maggie Goldbar. I will be taking roll for this meeting. When I say your name, members, please can you say present loudly and clearly? Chair Shockley,
Present.
Member Imani Brown, not present. Member Payan Person,
Present.
thank you. Member De La Rosa, excellent. We have a quorum. Thank you.
All right. So the December 13th meeting of the CAC Equity Subcommittee is called to order. We've taken the roll. We'll begin with general public comment for items on the agenda. Commenters. So I'm going to open it up for public comment. I remind you that any comments for items that are going to be on the agenda, please hold them for later. We'll get to public comment for each separate item. But for now, we'll open it up for general public comment. And by the way, thank you everybody for your patience. We have important work to do here in this committee. We're excited to get to it. So please open it up for public comment.
This is the moderator. We are now accepting public comment via WebEx. If you would like to make a comment, please type the word comment into the Q&A box in the lower right-hand corner of the screen and send that comment to all participants. Dial-in users, please dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. Looks like our first request comes from Paul Susan Hansba. Hold on just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
Hello, this is Paul Hansberry, and my partner Susan Tibbin is also with me. That's why the confusion in the when we registered that we were both here. So Susan would like to comment after me. I would like to, I'm wondering if the GoBiz grant program, which is not directly connected with DCC, is going to be for equity grants from the state, if that's going to be included in today's agenda. And I would like to, for future agenda items, would love to discuss a cottage microbusiness license. I'd like to pass it over to Susan now, if I could.
Thank you, Paul. Hello, committee. Am I being heard? Can you
Loud
hear
and,
me?
loud and clear. Go ahead,
Oh,
please.
thank you very much. And thank you all for being here at the meeting. I want to echo what the previous speaker said with just a little bit more information. For those of us who are equity eligible, California is such a diverse state, and one size does not fit all. It doesn't even fit most. And so when we're looking at the rural areas, particularly in parts of California, we're seeing a little bit different equity applicant, different than what the common perception may be. And I'm hoping that that will be taken into account, most importantly, because looking at the county's interpretation of equity, very often we're seeing line items that are absolutely necessary, like rent and mortgages.
30 seconds.
A mortgage is no different than a rent. The bank owns my property. If I lose my property, I lose my business, and I'm a very small equity operator. Please let's work closely with the counties so that interpretation is inclusive rather than exclusionary. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Hold on just a moment. We're going to grab our next request. Um, Arlene Meha, bear with me just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone. Oh, disappeared on me. Bear with me just a second. All right. Arlene, we've sent you a request to unmute your microphone. You're going to have 2 minutes with a 30-second warning.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, well, I did not prepare anything, but thank you so much for inviting me, Madison. And, my name's Arlene Mejia. I am a social equity advocate. My brother, Jose, is in the lottery, and I've been advocating for 5 years. But what I've been doing is advocating for a specific portion of social equity, and that's social equity gang zones. I have a license to operate by all the gang zones in South LA, from the Latino and African American communities, from San Pedro to West Adams to MacArthur Park. And one thing that I have found is that we have not been able to interlope the gang community into the social equity conversation. And I did find an article the other day, and it was an article about the amount of robberies that are happening in the nicer neighborhoods, such as Larchmont. And I believe that's because the gang neighborhoods, like Watts and San Pedro, are not being given the equity in the stores that they deserve. So that's what I'm here for. I won't say much. That's enough for now. But I did create a whole ecosystem to be able to give resources to these community members through stores and delivery.
Thank you very much. Next on the list, we have Margot Advisors. Hold on just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
You hear me all right?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you. This is Kelly with Margaret Advisors. Back in January, we worked with farms participating in the new state fee waiver program, which for 6 months provided critical assistance to financially strapped small operators. Unfortunately, in June, the state dramatically changed the criteria and disenfranchised equity applicants by narrowing the residency criteria, requiring that a fee waiver applicant both reside in a prohibition impacted county and live in a census tract with a high poverty rate or have a family member that was convicted of a cannabis related crime. This disqualified so many of those who had lived through the campaign against marijuana planting, the camp raids, and were in fact victims of the war on drugs. In addition, it was incredibly unfair to provide waivers to some and not others. Those whose renewals actually occurred before the regulation changes were able to receive waivers by living in an impacted county. Those after the change could not, even if they applied for the waiver before the change occurred. At the same time, the revenue qualification was actually increased from $1.5 million to $5 million. The new mid-year regulations cut out entire impacted homestead farm communities while opening the program up to larger businesses. This was incredibly discouraging. In addition, the DCC has also discriminated against rural residents who live on their farms but do not receive postal service. They have post office boxes as proof of their residency, and the post office box addresses are used on everything from their property tax bill to their driver's license. It should be allowed on documentation for this program, and to prohibit its use is an unfair bias against craft
30
cannabis
seconds.
farmers in rural communities. We ask that the subcommittee consider restoring the program's original criteria to impacted communities, or at least recommend that it modify the eligibility to automatically allow locally qualified social equity businesses for this fee waiver program. And in addition, allow PO boxes as proof of residency for rural residents. We appreciate your time and consideration, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Next on the list, we have Elena Green. Bear with us just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
My name is Ileana Green. I'm the Director of Community Engagement at the Hood Incubator, where we empower drug war survivors to end the drug war by 2040 through economic development, power building, and policy advocacy. I've had the privilege to talk to several other cannabis justice organizations in our network who voiced me various priorities that I wanted to share with the group in case they aren't discussed later. One of high priority is the need for an extension on the provisional licenses for social equity retailers, as those licenses are expiring in March of next year. The other is the need to create a statewide social equity definition. There's also a great need that people are voicing in terms of getting data on social equity operators and their fiscal impact on the state. And demographic data, so that as you know, we're trying to move policies, we actually have data to support it. So needing to collect that data at the forefront. Also, definitely, you know, after last year's tax discussion, want to revisit the idea of increasing the amount that's in the rebate program. And finally, I know that the $20 million fund will be discussed later, so I'll hold off those comments for then. But yeah, just wanted to elevate those priorities that folks are voicing within our network. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. As a reminder, this is for comments not on the agenda. At the end of this meeting, we will have a section called Future Agenda Items. I believe that's Agenda Item 6. We have a 2-minute speaking period and a 30-second warning. Next on the list is Rihanna Jackson. Hold on just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
Jackson. I'm an equity applicant in San Francisco and Oakland. And I am I just have some concerns about the whole thing with having to have a location, you know, before you even apply. Sometimes that's putting the cart in front of the horse, and it's been very expensive for a lot of us who might find out later, years later, that your space is not compliant. So there has to be a better way to give us some guidance and a little help on finding these spaces, and then just knowing more about it before we are already locked into a lease and find out that it was for nothing and the only winners become landlords.
Thank you. Next, we have Alfred Tarango. Hold on just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone. All right, Alfred, we see that you've unmuted. I don't hear you yet.
Can you hear me? You can't hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Awesome, sweet. So thank you for the time today. My name is Alfred Torregano. I'm a social equity operator and here to elevate what Eliana just said, as well as the dire need to eliminate the provisional licensing deadline. You know, for specific social equity operators, retail operators, if you will. You know, we just need to have a little more time so we can get our footings on an equal playing field, just like our non-social equity peers. We're just requesting that social equity operators, retail operators have the privilege of holding the provisional license indefinitely, and just call for this committee to please support Senator Bradford's bill, the Senate Bill 51. Thank you. And I yield my time.
Thank you. Next on the list, we have Jarrett Hill. Bear with me just a moment. I'm going to send you a request to unmute your microphone. As a quick reminder, the best way for us to keep track of things, if you just type the word comment into the Q&A box, we're just using the Q&A box as a means to know who's next in line. This is not a forum where we can actually answer those questions. We're going to have 2 minutes to speak and a 30-second warning. Jarrett Hill, bear with us. You're next.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Great, thank you. My name is Jared Hill. I'm a core equity participant graduate in the Sacramento area. My question and comment is really around the grant funds that have been received by the city of Sacramento over the past 2 years, which, we're grateful to have received some of those funds. I would request if in the future, the state could work more closely with these cities and county governments to potentially uh, implore or require them to match those funds from the tax funds they receive, the city and the counties receive in their jurisdictions. While we're thankful for, the grants we got from the state in whatever amounts, as most know, one of the biggest hindrances to starting a cannabis business is the finances, especially for folks that have been impacted by the war on drugs. And so if the city could match those funds, then I think that would go a long way towards helping with, kind of putting their money where their mouth is if they're serious about equity. I yield the rest of my time.
All right, thank you very much. Next on the list, we have caller user 7. Bear with us. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone. When you get that request, you're going to dial *3. So caller user 7, you're going to have 2 minutes with a 30-second warning.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Melissa Hogeen. And
Caller 7, we heard you introduce yourself and then we lost you. Are you still with us? I guess not. All right, let's figure out who.
I'm here. Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Perfect. Thank you for having me. Again, I am Melissa Hogeen. I am a social equity advocate and operator here in Los Angeles, California. And we are here today to talk to you about the dire need, as others have shared already, to eliminate the provisional licensing deadline for social equity retail operators. Families, friends are out here on the front line fighting for this valuable program. And in an effort to give us an equal footing with our non-social equity peers, we are requesting that the social equity operators have the privilege of holding a provisional license indefinitely. Please, we are asking that you support Senator Bradford's SB 51. And I thank you for your time, and I thank you for having me.
Thank you. All right. Let's see here. Next, we have Mike Snell. Bear with us just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you. My name is Mike Snell. I'm a social equity applicant here in Sacramento. I'm one of the 10 RFQ awardees with the privilege of having the right to apply for a storefront retail here in Sacramento. I wasn't prepared for this meeting, but just a few things that I wrote down. I did want to echo the support for Senator Bradford's bill, the SB 51. As we see the deadline coming close for a lot of potential equity operators that are struggling with the mountainous task of securing a location to operate that is within the parameters of the requirements. And we should extend provisional license just to ensure, for the purpose to solely ensure equity in comparison to the non-equity peers. And as an example, location compliance with existing operators versus equity is night and day. I mean, there's existing operators whose locations, once they've left one location and moved to another one, if someone were to try to activate their license in the location that was previously active and receiving tons of business, it's no longer qualified for the
30
equity applicant.
seconds.
It no longer qualifies for the equity applicant due to some things that were just overlooked, which could be my next point. The state and local regulators create more jobs to match the workload demand to ensure equitable businesses are upstanding in the California industry. Other than that, just protection from crony capitalism in the industry, so on and so forth. But I'll reclaim my time for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're going to take call-in user 34. Bear with us just a moment. You're going to dial *3 to unmute your microphone. Or *6, my apologies.
Hi, good morning. Are you all able to hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, great. Good morning. My name is Kansa Jones Muhammad, and I'm a social equity applicant and operator in Los Angeles. And I wanted to ask for you all to eliminate the provisional licensing deadline for social equity retail operators in an effort to give equal footing for non-social equity peers. We are requesting that social equity operators have the privilege of holding on to provisional licenses indefinitely. We also are asking that you support Senator Bradford's bill SB 51. And I personally am also asking for the state to look into equity bills at the municipal level or to do some sort of auditing when the documentation being provided loses information because the city didn't provide the information. And an example is we submitted childhood school records, and the records were incomplete with the address of some years due to the city not maintaining the address consistently. And so now we're in a struggle to fight in order to say it was your responsibility to maintain those records for children who are now adults applying who would otherwise be equity recipients. So I wanted to also just bring that to your attention, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Yvette. We're going to give you an opportunity to unmute your microphone. You're going to have 2 minutes to speak and a 30-second warning. I heard something. Say
Hi,
again.
can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Yes, hi, good afternoon. My name is Yvette McDowell, and I chair the Diversity Inclusion Social Equity Committee for the California Cannabis Industry Association, and I also chair the Los Angeles County Bar Association's Cannabis Law Section. And I am speaking in support of Senator Bradford's bill SB 51 to extend the provisional licensing deadline and also the initiation of a statewide definition for social equity. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we are going to, we have Annabelle, forgive me, I didn't hear the last name. It's Mayhai, I think. Annabelle, we're sending you a request to unmute your microphone.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Hi, good afternoon. Hi, my name is Anibal Mejia. I'm a social equity applicant and operator here in Los Angeles, Wilshire area. I'm here also to support the previous callers. We would like to talk about the dire need to eliminate the provisional license deadline for social equity retail operator to please give us an equal footing with our non-social equity peers. We are requesting that social equity operators have the privilege of holding a provisional license indefinitely. Please support Senator Bradford with SB 51. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Steve Z. Bear with us just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
You hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay. I just typed my question in. I didn't really know how this works, but I remember when it was a nonprofit collective, we could easily sort of just fill out the paperwork, make a corporation, pay the taxes, even though it was actually illegal in the city. And now that I have convictions, I tried to go through the social equity process in Fresno, and they kicked me out basically just for having drug convictions, which it seems like that goes against what spirit of it is. And like, I guess 12 years ago when this was all new, it was a lot easier. Now it's just a waste of time, it seems like. I mean, now I live in San Francisco. I don't meet the qualifications. I mean, that's my comment is before I could do it, and now it's just impossible. So thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Craig Johnson. Hold on just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Good afternoon. This is Craig Johnson from Southern Humboldt County, California. I'm going to be talking on 2 points. First one is Southern Humboldt is excluded from the residency criteria for equity fee waivers, despite heavy impacts on the war on drugs and our lives. The other is many people in Southern Humboldt were not technically arrested like myself, but were definitely impacted by the raids on our homes directly and our neighborhoods directly. I want to offer an example. 2004, Sergeant Gary Cooper shows up at our home with an M16 over his shoulder on a four-wheeler wearing camouflage, asking questions about where we are and what we're doing and who we are and our property. I could give you a list of examples on and on, whether it was the helicopters that came directly over our homes constantly, the fear of being not at home when my wife and family is at home when these raids were happening. I ask that you go back to where we were last January and offer the equity fee waivers for the Southern
30
Humboldt
seconds.
area. Kelly from Margo Advisors laid out a perfect plan for that to happen. And if you would refer to the county's qualifications of equity fee waivers or equity fee identification, that would work for the community. Thank you, and I appreciate the time to comment.
Thank you. Next, we're going to take call-in user 31. You're going to dial *6 to unmute. Call-in user 31. You're going to dial *6 to unmute.
Hi, my name is Bonita Money. I'm the executive director of Indica, which is the National Diversity. Can you hear me?
Yes, go
Hello?
ahead, please.
Okay, my name is Bonita Money. I'm the executive director of the National Diversity and Inclusion Cannabis Alliance. And we are here to support Senator Bradford's bill, especially because in Los Angeles, we just had a new round of retail licensing. There's no way that these folks will be able, the social equity folks will be able to obtain properties and be able to make that deadline for provisional licenses. So, we are truly asking to extend the social equity deadline and make sure that these folks, are able to move forward. And we have 150 other people that were licensed on the first round of retail 3 years ago that still are having issues finding properties. And it's a big problem because there's no way they should be penalized, and not be able to ever operate, because that's what's going to happen. There's no way they can apply for an annual and hold property. There's just no way. So I think that we need to support our social equity folks in moving forward so that these programs can actually work. We have so many failed social equity programs, and it's because there's all these barriers that, really stop them from moving forward. So, we have issues, and we need more funding for these folks. They need technical assistance, they need access to capital, and I know there's been lots of grant money coming from the state to the cities, and I know Los Angeles is not moving these funds towards social equity folks, and that's what needs to happen. It needs 80% of that
30
money is supposed to go
seconds.
directly to social equity folks. So again, we need to make sure that we can extend this provisional licensing deadline, and then we also need to make sure that these funds are going to social equity folks. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have caller 32. Caller 32, you're going to dial *6 to unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you. My name is Charles Lockett, and I'm a social equity operator in Los Angeles. And I'm here also to talk about supporting Senator Bradford's bill, the SB 51. I'm listening to all these stories, and everyone's calling in, and it's heartbreaking. It's going on 5 years for myself. I've been an operator, operating a delivery license, but even now that I'm in the provisional stage, I still may not meet the deadline coming up March of 2023. The barriers that the lady was mentioning, the caller before me, some of those barriers that I'm hearing from other people is the CEQA, trying to get in compliance with the environmental policies and environmental acts. For an example, if you have a delivery or retail, we're not dealing with water runoffs into the community. That's for cultivation. So that's one of the barriers. And then also, if you have a provisional license currently, like I started in 2019, I was able to open my doors and operate and gain revenue. But even still, there's hurdles, going through that process. So I expect people would support Senator Bradford's SB 51. This would direct the DCC to allow social equity applicants to obtain a provisional license indefinitely. And let me speak on that real quick. Indefinitely doesn't mean, forever it's just sitting there. Well, that's until they approve the provisional license to annual, or
30
they deny
seconds.
it. So I just ask that you support SB 51 and Senator Bradford. We thank him also. He doesn't get enough credit because he came down to Los Angeles and heard our cries and our demands. So I want to thank him for that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next, we have Kika Keith. Hold on just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
Good afternoon. My name is Kika Keith. I'm the owner of Gorilla RX Wellness Co., here representing the Social Equity Owners and Workers Association. And I must say, since the inception of the regulated cannabis industry, the governor made a commitment to right the war on drugs. And over 5 years later, less than 1% of the more than 850 licensed California retail dispensaries are actually owned and operated by social equity entrepreneurs who are disproportionately impacted by the racist war on Black and Brown communities. And now finally, after all these years, local municipalities like Long Beach, San Diego, LA County, Sacramento, Fresno, San Jose, and even the city of LA will be opening up more retail storefronts and delivery licenses for social equity, with over 300 retail licensing opportunities opening up in 2023. Progressive news for equity and diversity in the cannabis industry, you think, but not quite. As of March of 2023, less than 4 months away, the state of California will end provisional licensing for equity operators. This cannot happen. Social equity entrepreneurs need the same advantage given to the existing retailers for the past 5 years. Our licensing process has been delayed by local administrative delays, lack of access to capital and real estate, and predatory investors. Social equity owners and workers are petitioning you all. Chair, we are petitioning you in the Cannabis Advisory Committee to support Senator Bradford's SB 51 to extend provisional licensing for equity retailers.
30 seconds.
We are making a request today, Chair, that a recommendation from the committee be set forth to the DCC to support Senator Bradford's Bill 51. Blessings.
This is the co-moderator. I wanted to interject with a brief, gentle instruction. If you're utilizing the Q&A feature for requesting comments, please only submit one request. We have a lot of commenters, so if we haven't gotten to you yet, it's because we are working through our list. By putting in multiple requests and asking questions about whether you're going to be receiving a comment from you on that Q&A, it delays our process in identifying who has not yet had a chance to speak. So again, you may either raise your hand or use the Q&A panel to request comment. If using the Q&A panel, please only submit one request and we will get to you. Thank you.
And next we have Ignite Daniel. Hold on just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Greetings, everyone. This is Ignite Daniel. I am a social equity applicant, operator, the neighborhood liaison over here at Gorilla RX, as well as the co-chair for the outreach committee for Equid Neighborhood Council. And here to just echo the words of everybody who has been speaking. It is unfortunate that we are still here begging for you guys to even acknowledge social equity. We're begging to be heard. We're begging to be to get what everyone else has gotten as they're coming into this industry, and we are the ones who have been most impacted by it. Not only supporting SB 51, not only we're supporting SB 51 help us, but extending the what Kika just said, extending the thing. We are set to have social equity, only social equity operators getting into retail until 2023. However, the city has deliberately held this up. Politicians have deliberately held this up. We have provided a countless amounts of evidence, irrefutable evidence showing that they have deliberately done things to undercut social equity in every way. And it has been overlooked in every way. And you guys are now at the forefront of taking care of this. And so we are asking, begging again, because you guys continuously put us in a situation to beg. And we are here to beg you to actually acknowledge us and the ones who have been impacted by this the most. Our children are the ones who are still suffering. Our children are the ones who don't have college funds or parents even there to take care of them because of simple things like something that people are making billions and billions of
30
dollars
seconds.
on today. So first of all, supporting SB 51, acknowledging that there is a reform that needs to take place within social equity, and being mindful of extending this deadline to give us, like she said, the additional 5 years so that we can get our footing, get our feet off the ground. Like Charles just said, he's been operating all this time, and the turnover is still not happening because we are social equity, and having these taxes so high just to impact us most of all so that they can weed us out and then come in a year or so. Like, you guys have to do something about that.
Time. Thank you. Next, we have Zion Taddies. Hold on just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone. Zion, we're going to send you another request to unmute your microphone. All right, we're going to come back to Zion in a little bit. Next, we have call-in user 37. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you. My name is Lewis Harris, and I'm a social equity applicant. And I'm here today also hearing all of these horror stories. I want to encourage everybody that's going through all that. It's hard, but hang in there. Do not give up on this, what you're trying to do. It's hard. It crushed me that I heard the number 1% social equity applicants up. Wow. But we keep coming, keep trying. So I'm here today to talk about eliminating the provincial license deadline for social equity retail operators in an effort to give us equal footing with our non-social equity peers. We are requesting that social equity operators have the privilege of holding a provincial license indefinitely. Please support Senator Bradford's SB 51. Please. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have call-in user 9. Hold on just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Hi, my name is Aaron Domio. One second. Okay, I'm a social equity operator, and I'm also here to say what everyone else is saying. I would like you to support Senator Bradford's SB 51, and also to eliminate the provisional license deadline, and to give us an equal shot as everyone else. Yep, and that's it.
Thank you. Next, we have Jesse Noble. Hold on just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
Okay. Hi there. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Hello? Okay, hi. Sorry, I think that might have been directed to me for putting a lot of messages. Sorry about that. I've never done one of these before, so I'm not familiar with the protocols. Anyway, I'm in the same pickle that I'm hearing everybody else have. I'm an equity applicant also in San Jose, and I've been watching ever since recreational law rules took over in 2018. All of us basically got our industry pirated from us. I got busted. I had to do time, and I'm trying to pick up the pieces from that now, and get a local equity business going. And I can't get anywhere because nobody's motivated in my community. It seems. I mean, I can't imagine that's actually true. That's just what I'm finding at first. That's just what I'm finding when I go at this. I've been going at it since 2019, and yeah, it's just there's no direction for it locally. I don't have anywhere to take my plan, my vision. Finally, my city has started listening in the last couple of weeks, but it's just a complete mess. It's hard to even be specific because there's no part of it that works. I'm just winging it right now.
30
talking.
seconds.
Okay, well, I think I'm going to attend the next two of these in the next 2 days, and I'll probably have something a little more refined to say, but this is completely not working. It needs a lot of attention, and I'm not working right now. I'll do anything. I'll volunteer in Sacramento. I'll drive up. I'll do anything it takes to expedite this and to keep the momentum that I got going right now. I literally mean that. I'll do anything with that. So. All right, thanks. Bye.
Thank you.
I want to add too that we don't need to be taught how to do our industry. I was already an award-winning extract producer long before you guys ever thought of having equity applicants. So when they have these local training requirements, I think
Thank
that's
you.
pretty absurd
Your
too.
time is up, sir.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Next we have S. Bear with us just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone. S, we're going to send you another request to unmute your microphone.
Hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you. My name is Sean Stanley. I'm a social equity license holder and soon-to-be operator in Los Angeles. I hope I don't rock the boat too much with what I'm going to say. First, I'm hoping the state approves at least $100 million in grant funds for the social equity applicants, because that's, of course, the first barrier. The second is knowledge of what people are getting into. You're handing people multi-million-dollar licenses and opportunities and throwing them into the water with sharks. There's a person on this call who spoke previously who actually was who worked with an investor who was a shark, and that's the reason I got held up for 2 years. I'm working with one of the biggest operators and best operators now in Los Angeles, and I still might not make your deadline. So that Senator Bradford's request for extending that provisional deadline, please get that done. Lastly, uh, this program should only be for people who got arrested for cannabis, people who qualify based off of their income and where they live. And there's other people who have actually been to jail. I got raided. I went to jail. I lost my job at 21 years old. My whole life was turned upside down up until I got this license. And you're telling me somebody who lived in the hood or who had an address or who got raided but never went to jail can qualify? No, that to me is just complete. Yeah, I'll forfeit the rest of my time, but you know how I feel.
Moderator, do you want to move to the next one? Next comment?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yeah.
Oh, hi. I am a social equity applicant and operator. I'm here today to talk to you guys about the dire need of eliminating the provisional license deadline, social equity retailers, in effect to give us equal footing with our non-social equity peers. We are requesting that social equity operators have the Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. You had cut out for a second, but we can hear you now.
Have the provision of holding a provisional license indefinitely. Please support Senator Bradford SB 51. That's it. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Karen Bears. Karen Bears, bear with us just a second. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone. Karen Bears, we're going to send you another request to unmute your microphone.
Karen Byers, and I have the Mendocino Cannabis Resource Events here in Mendocino, and I have a cannabis event organizer's license. And in looking at the regulations around events in California, there's really no way for smaller events to be included, and that would, to me, seem like the path for social equity participants. Currently, they're just really written for large events. So I'll be pursuing a path for a micro business license with a equity component. And I'm hoping that as this committee identifies and prioritizes their goals for this session, that they will include cannabis events. To me, cannabis events and cannabis tourism is part of the future for our state, and it definitely needs to have representation from our equity community. And I think that's all I'll say for now, but it's something that I feel like that needs to be addressed, and I don't hear it spoken of much. And as we move forward, I hope that will be included in the equity discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're going to try Zion again. Zion, you have another opportunity to unmute your microphone. Okay, moving right along, we have call-in user 38. Call-in user 38, we're going to give you an opportunity to unmute your microphone. You're going to dial *6 to unmute. Caller 38. Okay, we're going to move on to caller 39. Caller 39, please dial *6 to unmute your microphone.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Hi, so my name is Amber Vincent. I am a social equity applicant and owner, or soon to be owner. My issue that I'm having right now, obviously, is the real estate portion, having to lock down a location. And so for me, it is very important that we implement Senator Bradford's SB 51. I am definitely not pleased with how things are going. I have been at this since 2018, 2019, and to still be in the position of trying to find a location in the interim, also being subject to tons of predatory contracts. This has just not been justice for us. This has been very unjust and very, very disheartening to see that the city has basically set us up for failure. And so I would just like to say, I would like for us to eliminate the provisional licensing deadline for social equity retail operators. This is an effort to give us an equal foot with our with social equity peers, that we are requesting that social equity operators have the privilege of holding this provisional license indefinitely. I'm not going to keep going, but yes, please let's get this going so that all of this work that we have done over these past years does not go in vain. All of the monies that have been implemented don't go in vain, and that we are actually able, given a fair shot, to leave some form of generational wealth for our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Wade Laughter, we're going to have you next. Bear with us just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
My name is Wade Laughter. I live in Nevada County. I do not have a license. What I want to ask of this committee is, yes, please pay attention to all these folks who were subject to arrest because of their skin color and the fact that their car smelled of cannabis. And yes, please take care of the folks who had helicopters hovering over their homes and frightening their children. I hope that the DCC and the governor's office pays attention to the information provided by the stakeholders that have come to this committee meeting and to the deliberations that this committee makes in its meetings. The last thing that I want to add, it probably belongs in item 6 on the agenda, but I'm not sure I'll still be able to be in the meeting then. I would ask that we could add to the concept of social equity the idea of considering all of the families who lost children to epilepsy or loved ones to cancer or other conditions that respond favorably to cannabis therapies, but have not had access for all these years because of the injustice of prohibition. That's all I have. Thank you. This is Wade Laughter, Nevada County.
Thank you. Next, we have Michael Katz. Bear with us just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone. All right, we're going to skip Michael Katz for a moment. Next, we have call-in user 8. Call-in user 8, please dial *6 to unmute your microphone. Call-in user 8, we're going to give you there. User 8, we see that you've unmuted. Let's try it again.
Hello.
Hi, welcome.
Hello, my name is Ryan Brown. I'm a social equity applicant from Los Angeles, and I want to ask that you extend the provisional deadline because it's going to make it totally impossible for any social equity applicant to move forward without that extended. Thank you.
Thank you. Call-in user 6, you're going to be next. Call-in user 6, you're going to dial *6 to unmute your microphone.
Hello.
Hi, welcome. Go ahead,
Can you hear
please.
me? Hi, thank you. Hi, hello, members of the Equity Subcommittee. My name is Lisa Green, and I'm a social equity owner approved to move forward for a retail licensing in Los Angeles under Phase 3, Part 1. Like all social equity applicants, we have endured a very long, complicated process. We've had to deal with the initial application delays, predatory investors, and losing not one, but 2 locations, one due to initial application delays and one by fire after we were approved to move forward. We appreciate everything that the DCC has done for social equity, but we are in dire need to eliminate the provisional licensing deadline for social equity retail operators. Due to upcoming changes in the Los Angeles ordinance, we have been given another path to move forward with the licensing process, but that won't happen until possibly late January or early February. As the provisional licensing sunsets in March 2023, it would be impossible for us to meet the provisional licensing deadline so that we would be able to operate while working on our. I ask you to please support Senator Bradford's SB 51. Without SB 51, we will now inevitably fail, as we will be able to operate and income needed to sustain through the long annual application process. Please support Senator Bradford's SB 51. Thank you.
All right. Ross Gordon.
Bruce, my name is Ross Gordon. I'm the policy chair with Origins Council. We're an organization representing nearly 900 members, predominantly small, independent, and legacy producers and legacy producing regions of California. We wanted to speak today to some of the larger questions that this committee might consider. My understanding is this committee at this meeting today, one thing that it will be looking at is what sort of future agenda items might the committee want to consider. I want to echo several of the previous comments and really ask that the committee consider questions related to rural equity in particular, what rural equity means and how definitions such as the equity fee waiver definition can be appropriate and responsive to the conditions of the war on drugs in rural areas. We submitted a letter to the committee, which was a previous letter we'd submitted to the DCC, which was really a response to changing state equity fee waiver regulations, which really narrowed criteria in a way that was problematic for a lot of rural operators who have been impacted by the war on drugs. As I think a couple commenters spoke to, that includes, for example, Southern Humboldt County no longer being a qualifying area for residency, despite the impact of the war on drugs in that area, as well as a discussion about the impact of raids and detentions in addition to arrests. So appreciate the space for this conversation. Agree with the suggestion by a previous commenter that local equity definitions are one possible approach. It's very much, we understand, a complicated conversation, and we look forward to having that openly with the committee over the next couple of meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Sequoia. Bear with me just a moment. We're sending you a request to unmute your microphone.
Got it. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Great. Thank you. Appreciate your time today. A couple of my comments have to do with cultivation, which I will also bring up on tomorrow's agenda with the cultivation committee, but also are kind of overall with the entire regulation. So I'm going to mention them now. Just some issues that I've recognized that I'd like to bring up. One of the provisions of a micro business license states that a licenses created by the department are not a qualifier for a micro business license. However, there's no clarification on whether some of the other activities created by the department can be allowable activities under a micro business license or not, while they are not a qualifier. So trying to get some clarity on whether or not some of the activities such as specifically processing, where processing can be performed with a micro business license when a micro business license cannot acquire a processing license because it was a license that was created by the department. But can processing be included in any of the other activities, such as if you're a manufacturer? Also, I wanted to address some of the complications around the equity licensing program. I know that I really appreciate what the department's done to facilitate and make available equity licensing support. However, the process has been really complicated. It's been changing. There's people that have acquired equity support that then later on was determined that their
30 seconds.
qualifiers didn't in fact qualify them, so then it was taken from them, and it's been really difficult. So hoping there can be some more easier attainable qualifying provisions for people to, when you say if you're a local equity qualifier, you qualify, but then when you state that you are, it doesn't actually work. Stuff like that. I'm sorry that that's not so clear. Also wanting to know about some of the recent changes in the regulations. There were changes around light deprivation not being excluded from outdoor cultivation, which has changed how many people have been.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next, we have Ramon Garcia. Hold on just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
Hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
My name is Ramon Garcia. I represent Equity Trade Certification, federal certification to identify social equity applicants over 20 social equity businesses and licensees. When we fought for the first historical social equity program in Oakland, set a standard for the rest of the counties and state, we identified disproportional impact and damage with systemic policies like the racist war on drugs and redlining. Because of that impact, those communities had a lack of access to education, capital, property, and opportunity. Those specific impacts and damage are what are at stake and have created this situation on top of onerous, slow local city and county regulations and processes to complete licensing to actually get to annual licensing. We need to support Senator Bradford's SB 51. We need to extend provisional licensing for all equity licensees. In order to do that effectively, we also need to have we have to have a statewide social equity definition. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, Yaroli Kubin, we're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
Thank you. I'm a little nervous, but thank you for hearing me. Uh, like many, first of all, thank you for the work this committee is doing. Like many, I want to echo that I think extending provisional license deadlines is a no-brainer for verified social equity. As context, I am verified social equity in San Francisco, second generation cannabis cultivator, drug war veteran, and I've served too much time for this plant. I do believe there's some obvious elephants in the living room, like lowering taxes or eliminating them for verified social equity, flexibility in grant funds. I was provided a distribution license by the Office of Cannabis in San Francisco, and they provided me with mid six figures in grant funds, but apparently none of that can be used to acquire the largest capital improvement that a distribution company would purchase, which is a delivery vehicle. Vehicles are disqualified. Consider that would be the equivalent of offering a cultivator grant funds, but not allowing them to buy light bulbs to grow indoors or greenhouses to grow on land. It's the lack of flexibility in those grant funds is in and of itself a very challenging aspect. Also, consider removing the 51% ownership requirement for state funding for verified social equity, since access to other sources of capital may include temporarily not having a majority interest in our business. I think it's really important to remember that there is both an agrarian and an urban
30 seconds.
definition, an agrarian and urban definition of social equity. And I wanted to disagree with the gentleman who said that only people who've been arrested should be qualified. My daughter, who spoke through glass on a phone to me as I was a cannabis incarcerated person, shouldn't be disqualified merely because she wasn't the one that did the time. There are entire areas that have been disproportionately impacted. There are entire areas that are urban, but there are also entire areas that are agrarian. And so this notion that you would have to go find your receipts from those enforcements in Southern Humboldt is really just an affront
Time.
to the spirit of this program. Thank you very much.
All right. Next we have call-in user 38. We're going to give you another opportunity. Please dial *6 to unmute your microphone. Call-in user 38, please dial *6 to unmute your microphone. Let's move on. Zion Tadi, this is your final opportunity to unmute your microphone. Zion, we're sending you one last. I see that you've unmuted your microphone. And we might have a disconnect here. Mr. Chair, that appears to be all of our requests.
Thank you.
Wait, hold on just a moment. Bear with me.
Sure.
It looks like Zion lost audio, but it's back. We might want to try one more time.
All right, we're going to try Zion one more time. All right, I'm terribly sorry, Zion. We encourage you to email at cannabis.ca.gov. And Mr. Chair?
Yes.
That's all of our requests for comment at the moment.
Right. Wonderful. I want to say thank you for everybody who's taking the time to join us today and make comments and participate in this committee. The next thing we're going to do is move on to agenda item number 3.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
We made contact with Zion.
Oh, let's hear Zion before we move on.
Yeah, hi. Sorry about that. I was trying to unmute myself, but it wasn't letting me. Hi. So my name is Zion Tadessa, the founder of Shashamane Institute, also the founder of the Sacramento Cannabis Equity. So I support Senator Bradford for what he's fighting for to support cannabis equity. So what my comment is when it comes to helping us, the equity participants, in a way that whether funds or extension or whatever we need, we should not be treated like everybody else. We're all trying to get into this cannabis industry as a business. As you know, our Black people is only 2.3% of us are in business. So when we're trying to get into the businesses, we shouldn't be, seeing like every other businesses who has advantage before us. So all this regulation and so especially when it comes to getting the loan. For me, I was trying to apply for the loan and I got the loan because I was 1 month late and they refusing to give me the loan. So those kind of things that it needs to stop. If we cannot get a place, then we shouldn't be, oh, you don't have the place, so we're gonna take it away from you. Those are the kind of things that the cannabis equity, the reason why we fought for. So regardless, as long as we are working hard towards our vision and goals to get into the cannabis industry, we shouldn't be
30 seconds.
accountable for every little thing that the city or the state put rules and regulation. We should have the freedom to be able to get into the cannabis industry, whether getting funds, resources, and licenses or spaces, because we're there fighting to get into these businesses. So we really need understanding and communication, connecting and relationship with us. What is it we need? It's not what the city needs or what the state needs. What is
Time.
it equity participant needs? So we need intentional.
Time.
So
Your time is up.
All right. Thank you, everybody,
Mr.
for,
Chair,
yes.
we've also made contact with Michael Katz, who was a disconnect from
Okay.
earlier.
Let's hear
Can we
Mike.
hear his comment?
Yes, please.
All right, thank you. Bear with us, Michael. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
Afternoon, Chair, Committee, and the public that's participating in this conversation. It's a very important conversation, and the entire community sincerely appreciates it. I'm calling to request consideration, as several other farmers have done, related to the areas in the Emerald Triangle that have been excluded from state equity fee waivers. As was mentioned previously, these communities have sincerely suffered from the war on drugs. The Mendocino County Equity Assessment indicated that Mendocino County experienced the second highest amount of paramilitary activity compared only to Humboldt in relationship to the war on drugs. We do not believe that this community deserves to be excluded from the state social equity fee waiver conversation. That is not to diminish the communities who also have suffered at the hands of the war on drugs. And we believe that it's important that all of these groups are able to work together to fix those harms and move forward in a productive way. And so I sincerely appreciate the conversation and this committee's efforts and look forward to seeing that item reconsidered in the near future. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And we are once again out of commenters.
All right, wonderful. Thank you. So we're gonna move ahead. We need to take a quick 5-minute break, but as soon as we come back from our break, we're gonna open the floor up to our committee members to discuss the scope and the objectives and goals of the committee moving forward over the next year. And then after we discuss that as a committee, we'll open the floor back up to the public to make public comment specifically on the scope and goals and objectives of the subcommittee. So with that, we'll take a quick 3 to 5 minute break and come back. Thank you. All right, I think we're ready to get back started. Are my fellow committee members here?
Hi, Chair. This is Maggie. I will just quickly take roll to make sure that we still have a quorum after that break.
All right.
So once again, committee members, when I call your name, could you just please say present? Chair Shockley?
Present.
Member De La Rosa?
Present.
And Member Payan?
Present.
Thank you. We have quorum.
All right, so I want to open it up to the committee to discuss our scope of goals and objectives. We should consider the recommendations we want to make to support the CAC's mandate, which is to advise the DCC on the development of standards, regulations, and including best practices and guidelines that protect public health and safety while ensuring a regulated environment for commercial cannabis activity that doesn't impose a lot of barriers and perpetuate rather than reduce and eliminate the illicit market for cannabis. So I'd like to open the floor for discussion with the members. Feel free to jump in and say what you think the scope of this committee should be for the next year.
Hi, this is Member De La Rosa. I'm just looking at the agenda. I definitely feel like our scope needs to be as champions for people who are either current or social equity applicants, former social equity applicants that have lost their social equity status because of, the length of time it's taken for us to stand up some of the social equity programs in the state. So definitely that our scope is to be the champions and to listen to what the people are saying, and then to be able to distill it into, you know, uh, some type of paper that we can submit. I'm not really sure how this has worked in the past, as this is my first year, but I find being able to write position papers that speak to what's actually happening on the ground is super important, especially for our legislators. So definitely feel like that's part of our scope. There's, of course, a lot of problems, not only with our social equity framework here in California, but across the board. So we're not going to fix everything today and probably not this year. But I do think that we have to identify, and I feel like the people have really spoken, what is very important, which is these provisional licenses. And I don't disagree with anybody who commented and actually also support that. So I think as a committee, we should write at least a one pager where we identify for all of the legislators why this is so important, not only to social equity, but also for the health of the cannabis industry in California that is suffering big time because of unintended and maybe intended mistakes that were made when we were first, not we, I wasn't part of that, but when the legislation was first being passed 5 years ago. So I definitely think that that's part of our scope. Our goals are to support social equity operators, and upcoming social equity operators that don't even know yet that they're going to be applying, and that our objectives should be pretty narrow in the next 12 months as to make sure that the social equity applicants that have made it through, which is, as one of the participants said, less than 1%, are supported, but also that that opportunity remains open for the people who are just getting their licenses or just getting through the system right now. So that's what I think.
This is Member Pion Pearson. I second what is just said. I also think that it's really important to give people the support that they need once they get their licenses to be able to succeed, because we aren't born knowing everything. We know what we're interested in, and then we have to fill in the blanks of the things that we need to know to be able to succeed. So looking at what organizations might be able to best support people, whether it's with legal assistance like Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights of the San Francisco Bay Area has a pro bono program for entrepreneurs, legal services for entrepreneurs, where they have a lot of attorneys that would love to be able to give help to people that are equity operators, starting their cannabis businesses, or even the simple thing of financial coaching for those of us who may not have been raised with or been equipped with the ability to create generational wealth by changing our relationships with how we look at and handle money. In addition to that, making sure that we're using that these programs are using critical thought to not require people who already know have certain skills to have to replicate it and waste time where they could be spending their energy in other places. We need to be doing a lot of work to be able to save people's energy and empower them to succeed.
So Sarah, I totally agree with everything you said, so thank you for that. I'm curious if you had to put that into like 1 or 2 lines for a goal or an objective or a scope, like would you think that saying like the subcommittee scope should also be addressing free services, or like what would be the scope of what you just said and the goals of that scope?
Thanks, Christina. I think what we'd be looking at is addressing free resources to further empower equity operators.
Like it. Thank you for clarifying. But yes, I 100% agree with that too.
Yes, as do I. As do I. Thank you guys for your contributions there. I just want to reiterate some of the things that I heard during the beginning general comment. Uh, Having a statewide equity definition is something we want to include. We want to talk about extending the provisional licensing, lowering or eliminating taxes, collect and analyze social equity data, create $100 million grant fund for equity entrepreneurs, write a position paper report / report to the legislature, address the equity fee waiver definition, and access to educational support, and others. I'd like to open it up to the public for more public comment, specifically on what this committee should be focused on in scope for the next year. And we intend for this to be a productive committee where we bring together stakeholders and social equity from across the state, as well as stakeholders from other communities who are listening in to learn what's going on with social equity and how they can help. So yeah, now is the time to speak up on what should be the priorities.
Mr. Moderator and Mr. Chairman, before you go forward, I just wanted to, Tamara Colson, Legal Counsel, I just wanted to make sure people had a chance to look at the description of number 3 for purposes of their public comment, because the public comment in this will be limited to that, and that is really the scope and goals and objectives of the subcommittee and how they want to support the overall CAC mandate, which is to advise DCC on the development and standards and regulations, including best practices and guidelines that protect public health and safety while ensuring a regulated environment for commercial cannabis activity that does not impose such barriers so as to perpetuate rather than reduce and eliminate the illicit market for cannabis. Thank you.
Thank you, Tamara. And moderator, would you open the floor for the public?
Absolutely. We are now open for public comment via WebEx. If you would like to make a comment, please type the word comment into the Q&A box in the lower right-hand corner of the screen and send that comment to all participants. Dial-in users, please dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. The comments are coming in. I'm going to remind you that agenda item 3 has a narrow focus for comments as just described by our legal counsel, and you're going to be given 2 minutes to speak with a 30-second warning. And our first request came from Patty Harris. Bear with us just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone. Patty Harris, we're going to send you another request to unmute your microphone.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Patty Harris. I am from San Diego County. The one thing that I would like to request that hasn't been mentioned anywhere is the right for tribes to practice in or operate in the cannabis industry without having to surrender their sovereignty. In San Diego County, we have more Indian tribes than any other county in the country. And I really ask and implore this committee to consider having that on their agenda for the coming year. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a reminder, agenda item 6 will be future agenda items. And our next request for comment comes from Yvette. Bear with us just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
Me okay?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Great. I would like to request from the committee that you don't take on too much at one time. This has been one of the big problems with too much being taken on at once. We need to get some stuff done. And when you want to focus on priorities, provisionals are priorities at this point in time, as you've heard from everyone. And it's in line with what your comment 3 is talking about. A statewide definition for equity is also something that is important that you've heard quite a bit. Collecting and analyzing the data for social equity. We don't have anything to really refer on at this point in time, and we need to know. So I would just ask you, please do not make this so broad where nothing gets done. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jesse Noble. Bear with us just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone. All right, Jesse, we've sent you a request to unmute your microphone.
Can you hear me now? It says I'm
Yes,
unmuted.
go ahead, please.
Okay. Okay, cool. Yeah, I was a little bit worried there for a second, but I'm not anymore. I just want to say, when I heard one of the panelists saying about offering services, and I think that's a great idea because there is things we need, like help forming a tax entity, that forming an LLC or something. Basic, real easy stuff you can do on LegalZoom for a few $100, but it would be great for some of us that don't have the money or we're self-funded, if there were ways to get help with that, like with pro bono attorneys and lawyers that have extra time or something like that. But let's make sure that our licensure isn't contingent on that, because I don't think we should be held still and not allowed to start just because we have something pending or some mentorship thing that we haven't finished yet. Like she said in it herself towards the end of her speech, she said, but if they already know what they're doing, they should be allowed to progress. And I just want to make sure that that's heard loud and clear, because I'm all for doing any of these training stuff. I'm even interested in it. My 2 favorite things to do in the world is learn and teach. So I'm all for it. And I'll take it when it's offered. But locally, like in my city, they're designing something and they're telling me that all I can do is be on the interest list for now. I can't keep I can't keep moving forward to launch my company
30
because
seconds.
they haven't gotten their curriculum together or figured out what they want us to do. And so I should be allowed to operate in the interim, and then do that when it's offered, because some of us already do have the requisite expertise. And I'm sure I'm missing some stuff, but we're getting close on time, and I said the main thing I wanted to get out. So thank you. That's it. I'll yield to
Thank
that.
you. Next we have number 2485 and a bunch of other numbers. Bear with me just a moment. I'm going to find you and send you a request to unmute your microphone. All right. 2485, I see you've unmuted. I don't yet hear audio. Are you with us?
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Yeah, my name's Luke Carlin. I'm a reporter. I'm sorry, I just got into this, and I don't know if there's an agenda that you guys already talked about, but I'm just curious for all the panel members or board
We're on
members.
agenda item 3.
Okay, and where's the agenda?
The agenda can be found on cannabis.ca.gov.
Okay. Well, I guess let me get to that really quick then. Um,
While you're searching, do you want to tell me what you were trying to ask earlier?
yeah, I'm just curious, like, where do you guys like what are your guys' opinions of where this is all heading? Like, if that's possible for you guys to be honest about this.
Um, so this is a time for making comments. I think I just saw legal pop up. Go ahead, please.
Sure, certainly. So this is the public comment period where you could make public comments on the agenda item. It is not a question and answer session between you and the committee. So feel free
Okay.
to make your comment.
Okay, absolutely. Yeah, so my comment really is, I mean, in a lot of ways, right? We kind of see these kind of controlled crashes, right? They're pretty much the social equity applicants are set up to fail, um, in a lot of ways, right? And California is notoriously the worst. I mean, Sacramento specifically is the worst. I mean, it's really probably like I study cannabis corruption, and it's by far top three most corrupt uh, areas in all of the country. I would say by far. Um, in a lot of ways, like I think that this is kind of already too far down the road. Now, I think with the thing with the conditional licenses being revoked on what was it, the first? I mean that obviously is. I mean, I'm pretty sure that happened in LA, right? And then they extended it. I might be wrong there, but I'm pretty sure about that.
Yeah, I'd just like to remind all the commenters that this agenda item is on the scope, goals, and objectives for this subcommittee and how they wish to make a contribution to this CAC's mandate, which is to advise on standards and regulations.
Okay, yeah, I personally think you guys need to, you know, lower the barrier to entry, lower taxes, make it easier in general for these social equity applicants. Do not hold them to the same standard as, big corporations. Now, is that possible? Is that legally possible? I have no idea, but I think for an agenda, I think that's what it is. Not only is it training, but it also is, genuinely resources. It's not, it's lowering the barrier to entry. Because if you hold, these social equity applicants at the same level as a regular corporation, I mean, we know what's happening there, right? It's Anyway, I just want to make that a quick point, and I appreciate you guys for letting me comment.
All right, thank you. Next we have Ignite Daniel. Bear with me. I'm going to send you a request to unmute your microphone. All right, Ignite, I've sent you a request
Hey,
to unmute.
greetings. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Hello. Okay. Yeah, so I think the committee should definitely be mindful of what Ms. McDowell said and not taking on too many things. However, being mindful of what is the most dire need, and that is the extensions. Especially for those who have been in this position before and know what it is, how they have held us up on so many occasions and waiting for these deadlines to come and then shrug their shoulders like, oh, well, you didn't make it. Being mindful of that. I'm mindful of the taxes and social equity and how they impact the social equity applicant against these large corporations. We know we are being weeded out. They can last through the taxes being high and damaging to your business. They are weathering the storm. They know what's going to happen. They know that at the end of it all, we're the ones that's not going to make it. So definitely putting that as a priority on the list, and looking into DCR and what is going on, how all of these people in this last round who did not qualify, some of which I submitted myself, people who had the information was there. One guy was told, oh, he didn't qualify because of income. However, he is on general relief. And I submitted the form to show that he never filed taxes. And they said that didn't suffice, or they denied him because of that and no reason whatsoever. And because of that, he wasn't able to apply in the lottery, which he was eligible for. So stuff like that is dire. Like, that's an issue. That is long lasting. That
30
is
seconds.
generational lasting. That is going to last him for generations to come. And it's still, they're still being allowed to move forward. Just being mindful of what has already happened to us and not allowing it to continue to happen.
All right, thank you. Next, we have Mike Snell. Hold on just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Hi, again, my name is Mike Snell. I'm one of the 10 awarded RFQ applicants with the right to apply for storefront retail here in Sacramento. I appreciate the comments that were stated previously. I'm going to echo that we should. I hear the emotion in everybody. I get it. I feel it. I've been through it myself, and now it's to the point. Let's focus on what someone exactly mentioned earlier: actionable items. So, for instance, priorities should be the extension or prolonging of provisional licensing until everything else on the annual side is everything makes sense. We're still kind of in limbo with regulatory and with banking, and there's just so much that that still is not in place to make this a sustainable, streamlined process and operating industry. With all the obvious contradictory circumstances. So with that said, like I would like for this committee to just what actionable items can we focus on that will enhance the overall focus of looking at the industry from a macro scope. This industry essentially only benefits multimillionaire deep pockets
30 seconds.
that need losses to claim for tax benefits, and they can weather the storm with this. So for the smaller people like us that use state and local government grants, how do you uplift these businesses and get them upstanding with the right footing? Thank you.
Thank you. Next, one of our staff members put in the comments for the reporter an email address, press@cannabis.ca.gov. And Nikki Boyd is next. Hold on just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
I just wanted to echo what Mike said. I thought that he pretty much summed up what I had planned to talk about. And that is just to make sure that, the provisional licensing deadline is actually eliminated. I'm in support of Senator Bradford's SB 51, and I think everyone else should. There is not there's no equality, no equity in against the non-social equity peers that we have, the people that are going and able to achieve the things that we're trying to, because they have the capital, they have the resources. So again, I'm just going to echo that, and I support everything that's been said with regard to this.
Thank you. And next we have Rakesh Bradley. Bear with us just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone. We may have lost this one. Oh, we're going to double check one more time. There we are. Rakesh Bradley. We've sent you a request to unmute your microphone. Mr. Bradley, we're going to send you another request to unmute your microphone. All right. I'm going to read what was written and we'll move on. How do we get help with the location? That's the major issue. Oh, we have unmuted. Mr. Bradley, are you there?
Ms. Bradley, yes.
Ms. Bradley, go ahead, please.
Oh yeah, my question really pretty much was is how do I find a location? That has been the most difficult.
This is an opportunity to make a comment on the scope of
Oh,
the committee. We're on agenda item 3.
oh, I'm sorry, I didn't have a comment.
Okay. Thank you. Next, we're going to go to Jesse Noble. Bear with us just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone. All right, Jesse, and it looks like you're connected via phone, so you may have to dial *6 to unmute. Oh, let's try that again.
Okay, that's it. No, I just had to do it twice, I think. I doubled back and mute. Can you guys hear me now?
Go ahead, please.
Okay. I was wondering about access to the audio for this. I got my comment out basically earlier. I mean, it sounds I'm a little bit worried though because it sounds like there's a deadline for a thing that I don't even have yet. That's provisional, whatever that is. I don't have that. I need that. I know this isn't the scope for that, but if we could work that in later or something, or I'll stick around after or something.
Agenda
But I'd like
item
to see if we could
6.
get.
Agenda
Okay.
item 6
Okay,
will be
that's
the
helpful.
suggestions for new agenda items, or for the future agenda items.
That's helpful. That's helpful. Thank you. But how about the audio for this, though? If we're being recorded, would we be able to get our hands on it also?
I believe it'll be made available on the website. At least that is the Department of Consumer Affairs practice. I believe that will be DCC's practice as well. But certainly you should be able to ask them if they're not posting it directly to their website.
Okay, like within a day or so, what? How long is
I
it?
cannot tell you how long it will take them.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
That's okay. Fair enough. Thanks. I'm
Thank
good
you.
then. That's all.
All right. Next we have Jarrett Hill. Bear with us just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone. All right, Jarrett, we're going to send you another request to unmute your microphone. The comment was, we've lost audio. Unfortunately, if you've lost audio, I recommend that you restart. But if you've lost audio, you may not be able to hear me say that. Okay, next, Yarrow Lee Kruben. Hold on just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone. All right, Yarrow Lee Kruben.
With the short period of time, I never want to correct the way you said my last name. So it's really all good. Thanks again for all the work you guys are doing. I just wanted to comment on defining the subcommittee scope, goals, and objectives, given my considerable experience doing DEIC work with CCIA and NCIA, and the fact that some of the people on this committee are people I've had the pleasure of working and serving with. I think that, you know, Yvette McDowell is my favorite former prosecutor, and I and I think that one of the things I noticed under her leadership with the DEIC committee for CCIA was a very narrow focus, and I heard her talk about that today in her suggestions, and I wanted to just reiterate that Prieto's principle, we're going to get 80% of our results focusing on 20% of our issues, and I think that some of the committee members are well positioned to be able to work internally to really come to some mutual agreement about what the top most pressing priorities are, because this time is going to go by so quick and you don't want to get death by a gazillion subcommittees. And so I just really want to thank you guys in advance for really focusing on those top issues that everybody can come around, agree to and focus on. I think you're going to get a lot more done. Thank you.
Thank you, and I apologize about the name. Feel free
I'm
to
teasing. It's
feel
all
free
good.
to feel free to help me out. I will try my best.
You can call me anything. Just keep calling on me.
All right. Thank you so much. All right. Next we have Alfred Tarango or Tarangano. Bear with me just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone. Alfred, we're going to send you another request to unmute your microphone.
You all hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Awesome. Thank you so much, and I appreciate all the work that the committee is doing. I want to echo the words that Yarl just said, and even Yvette McDowell. A narrow focus I think is very important, and I think the whole state knows that we have a huge tax issue. So I think we should be really figuring out how to rid that, so the industry can really prevail in the way that we can. And then when we think about social equity, it's less than 5%, and some people say arguably 1% of all licenses across the state. So when we start thinking about these provisions and going into it, when we focus on social equity specific provisions, I think we'll have a stronger and more robust, successful result, because it's such a small piece of the industry. So that's how we were able to get the taxes lowered last session, even by 3%, which is a start, but we needed lower. And I think consumption lounges is coming across the plate very soon as well. So we want to be thinking about how we can structure consumption lounges to be social equity forward as well. So I'll yield the rest of my time, but I thank you all for the work you're doing, and look forward to working more.
Thank you. And next we have Anthony Avaleros. Hold on. We're sending you a request to unmute your microphone. Anthony, I see you've unmuted. Are you with us?
Hear me now.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you so much. Specifically for scope, I would like to.
Perhaps get closer to the microphone. You're pretty faint.
Okay, how about now?
Try again.
Okay, how about now?
Great.
Awesome. For the scope, I'd like for this committee to analyze the efficacy of current social equity programs, determine the specific outcomes. I'd like this committee to identify the cost of conducting cannabis business in California cities that are developing or have developed equity programs. I'd like the scope to identify support necessary for equity businesses to survive. I'd like it to include the full analyzation of the extent of the harm caused by California's participation in the war on drugs. I would like it to identify best practices from local municipalities in redressing war on drug harm, both cannabis entrepreneurial benefits and non-cannabis business benefits. Thank you for your time. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next, we have caller 37. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone. You may need to dial *6.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
First, I want to say I was very impressed with the members and their vision and what was on their plate. I feel that we might have a chance with those members and what they identified. But I wanted to also echo what Yarrow and Yvette said to really focus on a couple of things or a few things. What Anthony just said was very interesting, though, and what he identified. But what I would like for you to do is focus on SB 51, a state bond for social equity. How can we get the resources to us? And then also the statewide definition of social equity and trying to alleviate the tension between urban and rural, and how we can amend that and get everybody over the line. So I thank you for your time. Keep up the work.
Thank you. Next, we have caller 7. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone. Caller 7, you may need to dial *6 in order to unmute. We're going to send you another request to unmute your microphone. All right, we're going to move on to Zion. We're going to send you. Oh, my apologies, Zion. We're going to deal with caller 7 first. We'll get you next.
My apologies. Caller's name is Melissa Hogan. I'm completely beside myself. I've been on the phone for now 2.5 hours. When I shared that I was an equity operator, it was by chance. I know I have 2 minutes. I was brought on as a project coordinator to help local social equity candidates complete construction. And if this community or this committee was an actual business, you guys would have been bankrupt and out of business the way you conduct business. With all due respect, I'm sure you guys have the best interest. I don't know any of you. I don't have an extensive background on your history. Some people have given you accolades, but I'm listening. And I can't believe after 5 years, you're asking these applicants and these operators what it is that they need. Go out. Have any of you operated one of their businesses? Do you understand? I'll give it to you in a synopsis of two seconds. They need tax relief. They need grants, and they need assistance on how to build a business. I am so surprised that you're offering applications to people who don't even know how to form an LLC as easy as it is. It is not their fault. I am surprised that you're asking them what it is that they need when you know they need tax breaks. Why are you still asking this? Go to the local lawmakers and ask them for tax relief for them. Why are you still asking them what it is what they need when you know they need funds? They cannot compete with the general population who is entering into this market. That's what they need. Very simple. 2.5 hours, 5.5 years later, I don't understand why these they're not poor people, they're very smart people, and they're people out here on the street fighting for something that they want. Why are we still having a bunch of conversations about it? Why can't you you don't need a
30
study. Why
seconds.
spend more money on a study? You don't need to spend more money. Give it to them. Give to them what they have been asking you for. Give them tax relief, give them bureaucratic relief, give them educational relief. I thank you. I just cannot.
Okay, I'd like to remind commenters that this comment period is on the subcommittee scope, goals, and objectives. So if you could please limit your comments to that topic area. Thank you.
Next, we have Elena Green. Hold on just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
Calling from the Hood Incubator. One thing that I'm hopeful is within your scope as a committee is to push the DCC to start collecting financial impact data, the actual data on what's happening, both in terms of the industry, because that data is needed underlyingly for all of these policy changes. It becomes hard for us to go to say, hey, we need these things changed when we don't actually have any numbers or data to support the changes that we need. And so I want to echo what Anthony Avalos was bringing up in terms of data, both in the industry as well as the impacts on the war on drugs. I know somebody had a counterpoint in terms of wanting to keep the scope narrow, which I'm in agreement with, but I think in terms of having that narrow scope, you need the numbers to support the ideas that you're trying to push across the line. So I'm hopeful that you guys will consider pushing the DCC to start collecting data so that it's not fragmented and we're just depending on each locale separately, but we have statewide data. Thank you.
And my apologies. Zion was supposed to already have an opportunity. Let's get you up next.
Yeah, hi. So my comment is the past 4 years, we've been talking about the same thing again and again. They still have not found the solution. So the solution and us. So what we need is easy access to resource. That's what we've been saying. We need easy access to fund. Right now, the reason why we're not in the business because over 75% is because of lack of fund. And 90% of us are the underserved, underrepresented community that we have lack of funds. So we need the fund, we need the resource, and also spaces. We need some spaces that are green zone specifically for core participants. So we have easy access to those spaces, the green place. So, and the other one is getting licenses. You make it so hard for us to get the cannabis license. It's just like everybody else. So I don't understand why we're still saying the same thing again and again for the past 4 years. You still have not figured it out for us. So what I believe is we really need to sit down and figure out how you can help us once for all, get us the access to resource fund and spaces. And it's not rocket scientists. So we really need the city and the state to figure it out so we can get into the
30 seconds.
businesses, so we can support our community and create a generational wealth for our people. And that's all we're asking. And we're still going on and on in these 4 years. So we need the solution as soon as possible.
Let me just remind the commenters, please restrict your comments to agenda item 3. We've had public comment for non-items in the agenda, and then prioritization of topics will be at agenda item 4. So please remember, this comment period is for defining subcommittee scope, goals, and objectives, what they'll do to perpetuate the mission of CAC. Thank you.
Next, we have Paul and Susan Hansberry. Hold on just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
I heard a commenter say that they would have a statewide definition for equity. That's going to be almost impossible to do because of the vast differences between, let's say, people in the Emerald Triangle were impacted in a much, much different way than people in, say, LA or Watts or Oakland or urban areas. The military style low-flying helicopters with armed camouflage, people jumping out of them with ropes, whether it was next door
Excuse
or
me, I'd just like to, excuse me, commenter, I want to remind you that this is on the subcommittee scope, goals, and objectives. So please restrict.
So what I'm talking about, Tamara, is as far as your objective as defining what equity is, I wanted to make a case for not making just one broad, one size fits all definition, because that's going to be impossible. I was just giving examples of why that would be so difficult, if not impossible. So I was trying to stay to it. I'm sorry if I didn't communicate it in ways that you would understand. So thank you very much.
Moderator, I think we have one more comment.
I believe member Nina is able to unmute herself at will. Oh, hold on just a moment.
Thank you to this subcommittee for convening. I also want to echo the words of of the caller before, Anthony Avalos, as well as chime in with what Elena Green was saying, that there has to be some more metrics of success in us after several years of trying to roll out our programs across the state, to understand like what does efficacy look like for our equity programs, because we have not established that yet, so that we can continue to provide the actual necessary resources needed to ensure that we have programs that work. Because again, these were Hail Mary passes, to try to make sure that our communities that qualify for equity in the local jurisdictions weren't left out of the conversation. But now that the state is taking a greater look at it, it would be wonderful if we could get a larger lens for it. So that's what my comment is. Thank you.
Thank you. And those are all of our requests for comments. Oh, I take that back. Bear with us just a moment. Mr. Reporter, 2485. Mr. Reporter, I see you've unmuted. We haven't heard you yet.
Sorry about that.
All
Yeah.
right, we hear you. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, just in the scope of like, within the scope of what we're talking about, I think that there should be deadlines for, the municipalities for, figuring out the zoning. Because it seems like, right, I'm still, like I said, I just started to learn about this specific, uh, you know, uh, this specific situation. But the fact is, right, the zoning has not been figured out. I do appreciate the fact that there is, the ability to run delivery through these, locations, but the fact that they can't have a storefront where people can come in is pretty ridiculous.
Excuse me, commenter, just a reminder that this is on the topic on the agenda number 3, scope, goals, and objectives.
Yeah, and I
Of
said
the
the scope of the
subcommittee.
goal needs that we need to figure out I think there needs to be goal. There needs to be, just like there's a deadline for the social equity applicants. How about there's a deadline for the municipalities as well to figure out this? Because let's be honest, what is this? You guys are extending this game out. This is such a racket. Anyway, I appreciate you guys. I know you guys are doing the best job, but like, come on, we know what's going on here. This is ridiculous. Peace.
Okay, is that all of our public comments?
Those are all of our requests for comments at the moment.
Okay, so I like to do a couple things, and please guide me on this to make sure I'm doing this correctly. I'd like to make maybe a couple motions. One, I know we've gotten a lot of comments about SB 51 and that being a priority. So I'd like to see if we could, I don't know if right now is the right time to do it or later in the agenda, but make a recommendation from this committee to the larger committee about supporting SB 51 and prioritizing that. And then the other thing I'd like to do is a motion on this scope of the committee. I've heard a lot of folks reiterate having a narrow and defined scope so that we can get some things accomplished. And I've heard repeated about 4 things in particular. Those are addressing a statewide equity definition, extending the provisional licensing, collecting and analyzing data on social equity, and then the fourth one being one that kind of captures a lot of things, which is subsidies for social equity, whether it be tax relief, access to grant funding, and educational resources. So I'd like to make a motion to make those 4 things the narrow focus of the committee initially.
I second the motion.
Okay, hold on one second. Legal counsel here. So what we'll need to do is any motions would have to be on the scope and goals and objectives. Prioritization of topics, I think, is your next agenda item. So what we'll need you to do is we'll need to do the exact wording of the motion. So if you can go a little slow so that we can get that down. And then once a motion is pending, you'll need to go to public comment on the motion and then can come back and vote on a motion. So
and can you clarify us for a little bit on the difference between the scope and goals of the regulations and policies versus the priorities of the committee, this agenda item versus the next one?
Yeah, sure. So I think really the scope and the goals, it really talks about kind of what your vision is for the subcommittee. What are your goals? How do you want to support the mission of the CAC? Whereas identification and prioritization of topics is more like, I think, more specific topics, saying we want to prioritize for our subcommittee this year in our meeting these topics, and say you can either rank them or you can just say this group of topics. But for example, that might be provisional licenses. It might be, the Bradford bill. It might be statewide definition. So those are more specific topic areas that you guys want to see on your agendas and discuss on your agendas and potentially make recommendations on throughout this coming year. And whereas the scope is and goals is what's the goal of the committee? How do you plan to support the mission of the CAC through this subcommittee? Is that helpful?
Yes. And I think, that they're kind of similar, but for the sake of time, I think we want to focus on the latter of like, what is the scope of the priority? So how should we move forward with this?
Well, I think
right into the next item?
Yeah, I think that's up to you as the chair. If there is a motion pending, I know you said you were going to make a motion, so you can do that. And then you would, if it's second, it would go to vote and public comment. However, you're not required to make any motions. So if for number 3, you feel that the discussion you all had is enough and that you'd like to move on, if none of the committee members want to make a formal motion and you want to, end this agenda item and move on to 4, you have that option as well.
Okay, I do want to make a motion, but I think it's more related to the next item. And so I don't want to make it now and then open public comment and then reiterate the public comment in the next item. So let's do that. And just, for sake of conversation and for public comment, if you've already kind of addressed what you think the priority is for topics that this committee addresses, we've noted that. And if you haven't, let's do it in this next public comment quickly, and then we'll move on through our agenda.
Okay, so just for clarification for the record, Mr. Chairman, we're closing out agenda item 3 and moving on to 4, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then you have 2 options. You can have discussion and go to public, or you can, if you already know what your motion is, you can make your motion and then, and then go to public comment and then come back and vote on that motion, however you see fit.
So I'll give you the motion.
Okay.
And I'm not certain how to word this, but help me out. So I think let's see, item number 4, agenda, identify and prioritize topics for this subcommittee to focus on in 2023. Okay, so I'd say the narrow scope of topics that we want to focus on in 2023 is equity definitions, statewide equity definition, and related equity definitions, like for the equity fee waiver. Number 2, extending provisional licensing. Number 3, collect and analyze social equity data. And number 4, subsidies, including tax reduction, access to grant funds, and educational resources.
Okay, let me see if I can help you with this motion a little bit. To just kind of, So my understanding is the motion is that you move that the subcommittee should prioritize in 2023 the following topics. One is a statewide equity definition and related equity definitions. 2, extension of provisional licensing. 3, collect and analyze equity data. And 4, let's see, 4, subsidies including taxation relief, access to grants, education, and resources. Is
Correct.
that your motion?
That's the motion.
Okay, so that's the motion. And so, Mr.
Sorry,
Chair,
Tamara, this is Maggie. Yes. I'm just taking notes on that. Can we just read through those one more time so I make sure that I'm capturing everything here?
I think the court reporter, have you captured that as well? We'll go through it one more time. That you move that the subcommittee should prioritize in 2023 statewide equity definition and related equity definitions. Number 2, extension of provisional licensing. Number 3, collect and analyze equity data. And number 4, subsidies, including tax relief and access to grants, education, and resources. So procedurally, what would need to happen now is if there's a second, someone can second it. You can also have discussion. If the motion is seconded and the committee's done with their discussion, then you would want to go to public comment before the vote. So procedurally, that's how you would want to move the motion from here.
Okay. I second it.
Could you tell us who it was that seconded it? Because we're virtual, it's hard to tell. So could you just say your name?
Christine De La Rosa, I second the motion.
Great. So you now have a motion and a seconded motion, Mr. Chairman. If the committee has any discussion they want to have before they go to public comment, you can do that. And then if the committee's done and wants to then move to public comment, that would need to be done before the vote.
Yeah, if there's no commentary from the committee, I'd like to open up the floor to the public. Okay, yeah, let's open it up for public comment.
All right, this is the moderator. We're going to open up for public comment here. If you would like to make a comment, please type the word comment into the Q&A box in the lower right-hand corner of the screen and send that comment to all participants. Dial-in users, please dial *3 to raise your hand. And we will call on people in the order we have requests. Give me just a moment. Margot advisors, bear with us just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
Hello. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, great. Thank you. This is Kelly Flores again with Margot Advisors. I'd like to ask the committee to expand their definition item to be definition and eligibility. A lot of the issues that we're seeing, for example, that I mentioned earlier with not allowing PO boxes for rural residents, is an eligibility issue that may not be resolved by a general definition of social equity. In addition, identifying folks who are identified as local social equity awardees or certified should also be considered by the state. And that may or may not come up or align with whatever state definition you determine. So I think that those need to be looked at the same time for definition and eligibility. And so something for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we have Wade Laughter. Hold on just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
Yes, thank you, Chair, for your speedy summary of the conversation so far this afternoon. I imagine it's clear to everyone, but should probably be in the wording that the deadline for provisional licenses should particularly apply to social equity applicants for retail sales. And that seems an important component of trying to fix the system that is profoundly broken. The other point I wanted to make, the previous commenter, Kelly from Margot Advisors, made an excellent summary of the difficulty of trying to come up with a definition that applies across the state to all of the different circumstances that are involved in the war on drugs and its consequences. That's all I have. Thank you again for helping our community define these issues. That's all I have.
Thank you. And next, we're going to go with Arlene. Hold on just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone. Arlene, we're going to give you another opportunity to unmute your microphone. All right, we'll circle back. We have Kahili Ferguson. Hold on just a moment. We're going to give you an opportunity to unmute your microphone.
Good afternoon, committee and chair. Chair and committee, I apologize. My name is Cole Ferguson, president of the United Core Alliance. I would request that this committee expand their scope to also include an equity analysis for all bills related to cannabis, so that we're not only limited just to analyzing the bills specifically under the radar of cannabis equity, but also we can analyze the way the cannabis bills and proposed bills, the legislation, regulation, etc., will also impact the cannabis equity community, and how cannabis equity entrepreneurs, businesses, activists, etc., may be able to weigh in and be included in some of the benefits or to provide their analysis of that bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jesse Noble. Hold on just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone. Bear with me just a moment longer here. All right, Jesse, we're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone. Apologize for the delay.
Okay, no problem. Can you hear now? Hello?
Go ahead, please.
Okay. Yeah, so I wanted to suggest that maybe we could extend the powers of the scope of the board to actually allocate funds when they have a clear picture of what's going on, and say that your local municipality doesn't. Because my understanding, the way it is now, is the funds get approved by Sacramento and they get distributed to the localities, and then now that's just more of the gatekeeper effect, because now it's up to the locality how they want to allocate the money, and I think it can kind of stand in the way of the intent. I think that this committee
Excuse me, Mr. Commenter, just a reminder that this public comment is on the motion related to the prioritization of topics for the subcommittee.
Okay, I thought we were on the scope of the committee. No, isn't that what we're talking about?
That agenda item has been concluded, and we're now on agenda item 4.
Okay, but isn't it a continuation of the scope? Aren't you just approving what the scope now? You're just solidifying that now, right?
There's a motion as to what topics the committee would like to prioritize for this coming year. That's the motion that's in public
right. So
comment.
That's what I think I'm addressing. I think that this coming year we should try to expand the powers of this committee, who actually hears from us that are going through it. I think this committee should be empowered to act and actually allocate funds, or at least heavily influence the allocation of funds, instead of just giving it away to cities and then it's all just disconnect from there. So what I'm trying to say is maybe we could expand. I don't know if it's legal to do that. I'm just suggesting that this committee's powers should be expanded to oversee funds because of their specific expertise. I think you guys are uniquely qualified to make those decisions more than, say, the local police department or sheriff's department. Or, I think it should be collaborative, but I mean, am I being clear? Are you guys understanding what my suggestion is? Hello?
Yes, we're following you. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, that's probably 2 minutes or so, right? So I guess that's it. I want to congratulate you guys too, by the way. I don't want to have like a tone that sounds like I don't want to get along. I absolutely want to get along. There's just a little frustration with a lot of us. Am I still talking?
You are still talking, sir.
Oh, okay. Well, we can be done. I mean, I want to add one thing too. Earlier, someone said about I do know how to form an LLC. You just go on LegalZoom and you pay $200 and you sign your name on the blank, and it's real easy. But I can't afford the $200 because I'm on disability. So it's not about I don't know how to do that. It's not that I'm unsophisticated. I can't afford it. So
Jesse,
that's why.
thank you for the suggestion. We want to keep the comments on.
Okay.
But thank you so much for your contribution.
Okay.
All
Thank
right.
you. Bye.
We're going to move on to Ignite Daniel. Hold on just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
Greetings again, committee. I want to echo, someone has just said it, to extend one of those to include verification, because a lot of people who should have been verified did not get verified. And so I forget exactly which one she said it should include that. Please absolve me. However, we should include verification in that line item, so that way it is being looked at as well, because that is a huge issue when it comes to people who should qualify not qualifying.
Thank you. Next we have Raina Jackson. Hold on just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
Okay, hello. Yes, I think it's important for the group to have oversight over state-funded grants and how they're dispersed locally, just some kind of oversight, because to give an example, with San Francisco, they basically were counter to what the RFP actually said in terms of how they did things, and very much took a very antagonistic, obstructive tone, as if this was their personal money, and denying you this money would mean that they get to keep it. That's how they acted. So that's regarding that. And then my other comment is just to pay a little bit more attention to some of the other license types beyond retail. We know how important retail is, but also there's others, some of the ones that were more recently added as well, like Type S and transport only. A lot of the regulations are not as developed as they could be, and there's some gray area. There's area where we're expected to meet the same kind of requirements larger organizations are making, and it's not equitable at all. And so there needs to be some kind of acknowledgement of this. One example would be Type S. San Francisco theoretically offers a Type S permit, but no manufacturers are registered as Type S. There needs to be some kind of incentives or something to make it worth it for them, because
30 seconds.
It's a tough environment. So I'd like to see more focus on state and local partnerships, like what was done in Oakland for shared kitchens, shared facilities. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we have Anthony Avalos. Hold on just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
Hi, everybody. My name is Anthony Avalos. I am a co-founder of the Council of Equity Advocacy San Diego. I'd like to support the priorities as um, currently suggested or proposed, and I would like to support the comment of expanding the priorities to include deep analysis of the existing ordinances and efficacy of current social equity programs to better define the direction in which the state of California should go with further social equity benefits. I also ask that we expand the priority list to include identifying the extent to which communities disproportionately harmed by the war on drugs must be redressed, repaired, and rebuilt. Thank you for your time. I cede the rest of my time.
Thank you. Next, we have Arlene. Hold on just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
Thank you. I know that everyone has had a consensus on a few items and that I do come from a different point of view. And for me, it's really important to continue to advocate for those that were, impacted by the war on drugs when it comes to being part of the quote unquote gang community. And as I mentioned before, there has been a lot of robberies in the West LA area. And one thing that the community that I support and that supports me within social equity can do is offer hiring security as peacekeepers within these social equity zones. The second thing that I believe is important for 2023 is that we include BIPOC contractors even for non-social equity, like advocating for when these stores open and there's build outs, who's building them out, who's getting the contracts. Those should be in, especially if, let's say the Armenians or other people are the ones, funding, well then hire BIPOC people to do the construction or to have those contracts in hemp building, hemp.
All right, is that it for all the comments, moderator?
My apologies. Next, we have Jason Sharouche.
Subcommittee members, thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Jason Sarouche. I'm a policy researcher from the Public Health Institute. I just wanted to point out that this motion seems to focus solely on cannabis businesses. And while it's important that California supports its social equity licensees, the reality is that mitigating the harms caused by the criminalization of cannabis will require a lot more. The scope needs to encompass more than just licensees. Many people like me who are arrested for cannabis-related offenses, and we just might not want to jump right back into the cannabis industry, even though it's regulated now. This subcommittee should also prioritize finding ways to support those people as well, through things like scholarship programs, non-cannabis job training, and access to funds if people want to start a non-cannabis business and still meet those social equity criteria. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. And next we have Patty Harris. Hold on just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
Hello, committee. Thank you for allowing me to speak again. I support all of these items for prioritization in the coming year, but I would really like to implore you when you do your data review and analysis to include the racist policy of having sovereignty be surrendered by tribal nations in the state of California, and please review that and understand how that impacts Indians. I'm a Native American, and the number one problem on reservations is mental illness, and that is because of intergenerational trauma and historic abuse of Native people. So please include that data in your analysis. And I thank you. I cede the rest of my time.
Thank you. And those are all of our requests for comment at the moment, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. So is the next step to hold a vote on the motion?
Mr. Chair, you certainly can do that. The motion is pending, so now would be appropriate if the committee is ready to vote to go ahead and hold that vote.
Okay, yeah, I think, while we want to have a narrow focus and a wide focus, we can only have one. But I think that all the areas that commenters have suggested, I think they could actually fit under these categories, whether it be equity definitions, we can discuss fee waiver, qualifications, and people getting verified under different qualifications under that. And then under subsidies and access to education and grant funding, we can address a lot of things as well. So I think I'd like to move forward with the vote on this motion. Do I call the vote?
I can call the vote.
Okay.
All right, so for the motion pending, I will call your names. Please vote yay or nay, and I will record that. So starting first with Chair Shockley.
Yay.
Thank you. Member De La Rosa.
Yay.
Thank you. And Member Payan Pearson.
Yay.
Thank you. That's 3 yeses. The motion passes.
Okay, so we have two more agenda items to cover today in our meeting, just to give a overlook of where we're going in the rest of the meeting. Item number 5 is possible recommendations related to the local jurisdiction's retail access grants. And then number 6 is going to be recommendations for future agenda items. And then we'll be wrapping up for the day. Do we need to take a 10-minute break at some point in here, or can we power through the rest of the meeting?
I'm good to power through if everybody else is. This is Christine.
Okay.
If the both of you are all right with that, I am fine with powering through. This is Sarah.
Great. Yeah, if it's not
Just, Mr. Chair, I hate to interrupt you, but if we could just ask our staff that's working on this meeting just to confirm if our court reporters are okay to continue without a break.
Yes.
That are taking down the transcript. Sometimes they need a minute or two. So
Sure. Yes, please. To the court reporters, we'll let them make the final decision. So we'll take a minute to get that response.
yeah. I think we can proceed, and if we do in fact need one, we'll flag that for you at that time. Is that okay? That way we don't. Thanks.
Yep. Okay, so let's move on to discussion number 5, discussion and possible recommendations related to the local jurisdiction retail access grant. The 2022 to 2023 state budget allocated $20 million for grants to local jurisdictions that currently do not have retail cannabis licensing programs to develop one. And the DCC is in the process of developing the requirements for the program. One of which is required to be that priority is given to local jurisdictions that include provisions to assist equity applicants. The DCC has asked for the subcommittee's recommendations related to the program, including how the grant program can be structured to incentivize local jurisdictions to develop and support equity programs while also achieving the widest possible participation. The floor is open for member discussion on this item. So I'll kick this off. This came up. This was on the first agenda for the full committee a few months ago, and it was something that I asked for the chair of the committee to bring up on the agenda again in the next meeting, which is in a couple days on Thursday. which I hope everybody here will participate in that meeting as well. And I wanted them to push it to the next meeting so that we would have time to address it here. I had recommended in that meeting that at least 25% of the funds be prioritized for direct grants to social equity entrepreneurs. And if the DCC could come up with a recommendation or regulation within this program that would prioritize that or incentivize uh, local local jurisdictions that are applying for these funds um, to give 25% of the funds that they do receive directly to equity entrepreneurs. Um, Instead of those funds just going to hiring folks in their departments and creating jobs for the city. We've heard a lot of comments in the past about how funds aren't getting to equity operators, and so we want to put something in the rules that puts at least 25%, which would be $5 million out of this $20 million fund, that make sure they go directly to equity entrepreneurs in the form of grants. Any comments on this?
Chair Shockley, this is committee member Payan. I just had a question about that. What were you envisioning the breakdown? Because we get a lot of comments around retail versus manufacturer, or even some of the comments that we've had around cannabis tourism and cannabis events. What were you thinking when you were envisioning this?
Yeah, I think, equity people who have been selected for licenses, then having access to grant funding for either their rent cost or their build out, funds that go towards helping selected licensees move forward in the process. And so that could be retail, that could be cultivation, that could be whatever license type. But I envisioned it coming into play, you know, around once they're selected and need capital to get their business operating.
Thank you.
Chair Shockley, this is Member De La Rosa. I want to make sure I'm clear about this. So, what what we're advocating, or what's being advocated for, is that there will be a $20 million grant available to the entirety of California, or per city or municipality.
So the $20 million would be is basically to
No, I mean it's available for the state.
no, it's available to jurisdictions that want to create new cannabis programs, right? So if the jurisdiction doesn't already, like a city or a county, like LA County, for example, doesn't have the city does, but the county doesn't have a cannabis department, and they're in the process of maybe creating one. And so this fund would they could apply for this $20 million fund and potentially be selected for a part of that.
Oh,
And
got
so
it.
they'll already be prioritized in this fund if they create a social equity program. And so what I wanted to do is add an additional incentive or I don't know exactly how the DCC could do it, but we just want to recommend that they find a way to incentivize jurisdictions that apply to have a plan for deploying 25% of those funds directly to equity entrepreneurs.
So you're talking about the existing grants, so that there's $20 million available. If LA was to file for that, and Fresno and Oakland and Sacramento and Richmond, every one of those cities has access to $20 million each.
No. So there's a pool of $20 million,
Mhm.
and cities that don't have a cannabis program yet can apply to this fund to help fund starting one.
Okay, so
And this
I'm
was
sorry.
passed just a few months ago.
Yeah,
That
I hear you. No,
uh,
I thank you for clarifying that. So everybody in the state of California can apply for some piece of the $20 million, irrespective of size of community. And then what you're suggesting is that of whatever they get, 25% should be allocated to social equity if they have a social equity. And these are for new cities that don't currently have retail.
That's exactly it.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure I was really clear because I was just like,
No, thank you. It is a little convoluted. Yes, that's
Okay,
exactly
cool.
it.
All right. And so they would only get the grant if 25% of the grant was allocated to social equity.
Yes.
They could not get the grant otherwise.
Correct.
All right. And this is what we're advocate or what you had brought up in the last meeting, correct?
That's correct.
I'm sorry to have to reiterate this. It's been a while since we had that first meeting, so I just wanted to make sure I was clear.
And it's more that we're asking the DCC to create a rule or regulation within the application process that would incentivize jurisdictions to put 25% directly towards applicants.
And then my other question, I'm so sorry to interrupt. And this one specifically, it's allocated to any of the license types.
Correct.
Not just retail, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
Yep.
Mr. Chair, this is Shannon from the department. Sorry, we've got some feedback going on. I just wanted to clarify, this is for retail access only. It's a $20 million total. Each jurisdiction that does not currently have a program would be limited to $2 million maximum. There will be factors that we use to prioritize which jurisdictions get those grants. And then it would be for retail, either storefront or delivery only.
That's right.
I had a question about that, Shannon. Thank you for the clarification. So because these are only retail access grants, the assumption, and this is for cities that don't currently have retail, but they might have other licenses, or do you notice more normally that if a jurisdiction doesn't have retail, it also doesn't have any of the other licenses? Is she frozen? Oh,
sorry, I'm here.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, it is for jurisdictions that don't currently have a retail program. So if they have other licenses, they could still in theory be eligible.
Oh, okay.
For this licensing program.
All right. And then would you prioritize, I mean, I know that this is, I haven't read it. Are y'all prioritizing jurisdictions that already have the other licenses, or it doesn't matter if they have other licenses or not?
That's still what we are determining, and that's part of what this discussion is for today.
Yeah. Because
those factors that the department should prioritize.
Yeah. I mean,
so that hasn't been determined yet.
Yeah. I feel like, well, this is a feeling, this is not fact, but my feeling is that giving grants to retail access grants without having local supply chain is a big misstep. Although you can have supply chain and you can get stuff from NorCal to SoCal and SoCal to NorCal, I think part of the things that we're trying to do in social equity, at least what I believe that we're trying to do, is to make sure that our communities are well taken care of and are benefiting. But if you're just giving grants to retail access in the jurisdictions that don't have other license types, that means that they're going to have to buy and distribute from other jurisdictions, which in some cases, maybe Central Valley would be a good example. Or there's some places that don't have licenses, but I feel like it would be really important, especially with Chair Shockley's recommendation that 25% of everything goes to social equity, that those jurisdictions should have supply chain access. Because as a social equity entrepreneur or operator, it's really difficult to get quality products on your shelves from the larger distribution folks, right? You don't have access, you can't buy as much as they need. So you really rely on small distributors. And so if you have somebody that's in an outlying area, and that's why I said Central Valley, where things are close, but also far from the two main hubs, NorCal and SoCal, you're costing them a lot of money if they don't have local access to their supply chain. Just something to consider.
Yeah, that is a great consideration. I agree with that. I'd second that. I'd second adding that to the motion. I guess the motion is um, creating a rule that would incentivize jurisdictions applying for this to distribute 25% of the funds directly to applicants, and then also prioritizing jurisdictions that have supply chain existing.
Right, because if you give the money to the social equity applicants and they get the license for retail, like one of the things that I've heard over and over on this call, and my personal experience has been, that we are consistently, and when I say we, I'm talking about the state and like just I'm talking about we on this committee, we don't have that kind of power, but that there's constantly a roadblock. So if something looks good, it's like a Monet. It looks good until you get close to it, right? And that's totally a clueless reference, so you understand my age group. But it's really and then when you get closer to it, it's just a hot mess, right? And so just want to make sure that when we're thinking about this, we're thinking about it beyond what is an immediate thing, but what is the overall impact? And so by making sure that there's a supply chain, we give social equity applicants or social equity operators a better chance of succeeding than having to pay an exorbitant amount of money to one of the larger distributors just to get it to their facility because they don't have access anywhere else. And also, I think that also really encourages jurisdictions to make sure that they're part of the industry, not just not just the retail part, right? All parts.
Totally agree. Totally agree. And we want the funds to go at a point where they're going to make an impact. So I think that really helps align that. So with that, do we open the floor to the public?
So I think you were going a little fast there, so I think we might need a slowed down version of the motion first, so we can get it in the record. And the one thing I did want to ask about the motion though, so is the motion that the equity subcommittee recommends that the full CAC committee adopts this the proposed motion? If so, we'll phrase it that way, but is that what the intent is?
That's right. That's right.
Okay, great. Okay. So if we can, I'll get it started and then we can fill it in and see if we can get this. So my understanding, Mr. Chair, is that you move that the equity subcommittee recommend to the full CAC committee that it, I guess, recommend to the department. I think Shannon has this, that they include a provision in the local jurisdiction retail access grant program that 25% of the funds received are given by the local jurisdiction directly to social equity applicants, and that we prioritize local jurisdictions that already have other types of commercial cannabis licenses. Is that correct?
That sounds accurate to me.
Okay.
Sounds good to the other committee members. That's what it is.
So if that's the motion, I think where we would be now, it would be to see whether or not there's a second on that motion.
I'll second that.
Could you please identify yourself for the record?
Committee person Pion Pearson.
Thank you. So now, Mr. Chairman, I think you're at the point where you can go to public comment on this motion if you'd like.
Okay, great. Moderator, would you open the floor for public comment on this issue?
We are now accepting public comment on the motion. If you would like to make a comment, please type the word comment into the Q&A box in the lower right-hand corner of the screen and send that comment to all participants. Dial-in users, please dial *3 to raise your hand. We will call on people in the order we have requests. And it looks like our first request comes from Elena Green. Hold on just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
Hello. I want to speak in support of this motion that 25% be reserved for funds directly to social equity applicants. I think that if there is pushback, another alternative way to do that is to give additional points in the application process towards locales who've said that they're going to give out the money directly to equity applicants rather than make it a requirement. Because I think that there might be pushback on the requirement part, but you could still achieve that same goal. Yes, highly in support of this, as social equity applicants have voiced over and over again that access to funding is one of the principal barriers to entry. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Wade Laughter. Hold on just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
Yes, good afternoon. Wade Laughter here, Nevada County House of Harlequin. Speak fully in support of the motion. Thank you. One of the biggest issues in the system we have today is lack of access for product to retail. This is one of the ways to address that, particularly in communities impacted by the war on drugs. So this component of social equity is an important part of getting it through the sausage making factory of regulations and law. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Arlene. Hold on just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
Hi, I also agree with this motion and also wanted to share that when the supply chain discussion was happening about local access, what's happening is an over dispersion of the weed because we're not working together as collaboratives. And so I do have a solution for that. And I've gotten a deal with the distributors in Humboldt to be able to help us with social equity to lower our price range by being able to work together in groups. So I really like what you're doing here. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Khalil Ferguson. Hold on just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
Good afternoon, Chair and Committee. Khalil Ferguson again with United Core Alliance. In support of this, I would actually recommend that that number be increased, the percentage be increased, just because that capital need to equity entrepreneurs is heavy, and the programs, local equity programs, get funded by other means through the Cannabis Tax Fund, specifically to jurisdictions to establish this. So I think we have more wiggle room with this to actually get more funds to cannabis equity entrepreneurs. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Ramona Garcia. Hold on just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
Equity trade certification. Just want to thank you guys for your work and in support of this, and echo what Khalil said to increase that number and let them wiggle it down. Equity operators have a greater need and greater burden. Capital access to property is the main problem, and even locally where funds are available, there's always barriers to actually receiving those funds. In Oakland, even with the grants, it took almost a year for folks to get those funds, and so most don't have the time. So the quicker we can get resources available to equity applicants, the better, greater percentage of the success. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jesse Noble. Hold on just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone. You may need to dial *6 to unmute if you're using your phone.
Okay. Can you guys hear?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Can you hear? Okay. Yeah, I agree with the previous commenters that the percentage should be increased. A quarter of it doesn't seem like it's enough. That's going to the hands of the people that who it's intended for. Because it's like I heard someone say a little while ago, you know, your build out or something. If it's only a little piece, if it's $5 million and it's getting split so many ways, that you just, as soon as you do a tenant improvement in your space to get it compliant with your local codes, that sucks up all your grant money. And then, you know, you still have to wait 3 months till your first harvest can be made where you have no revenue because you don't have anything to sell. So, I mean, there's just a lot of problems. A lot more of it, I think, should go to ensuring that these companies work. We don't want to just like throw taxpayer money at projects that aren't going to work out. You know, like it needs to be well thought and funded adequately that it can work. So I just wanted to put that in there, maybe increase that amount. Because like the other guy right before me said, it's going to get wiggled down probably anyway. So we need to set the bar high at least in the beginning. And that's all I've got for that.
Thank you. Next we have Yvette. Hold on just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Thank you, committee. I definitely support your motion moving forward with a caveat that you would include in there technical support be made available for money distribution. This is critical for our equity entrepreneurs because most times they don't know the status of this money and this money could be detrimental to them. So please include that. Now let's just hope the powers that be will listen to your recommendation and please make that clear to everybody that what you guys are doing is recommendations to a higher power that has to go along with this. Thank you and back to you. Keep up the good work.
Thank you. Next we have Anthony Avalos. Hold on just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
Hi, Chair and Committee. This is Anthony Avalos again from the CEASD. As I'm listening to this conversation, I'm recognizing that we as the community are doing our best to voice our opinions to you so that you can relay the information. I think that if we look at the $2 million that is allotted for each city, $500,000, which is 25% of that, isn't enough to cover one equity applicant's retail needs. With that in mind, I think that all funds received should be distributed to community-based, trauma-informed equity program developers. Specifically, it should go to jurisdictions that empower organizations from disproportionately harmed communities to develop and run local equity programs. Thank you, and I cede the rest of my time.
Thank you. Next we have Ray Pers. Hold on just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
In support of the motion for setting aside 5 million. But my comment too, like someone said, I think it needs to be half of that. And then secondly, Oakland, Sacramento, San Francisco, and LA, they created a program using their funds, their taxpayer funds. So I would think the committee should suggest that these new jurisdictions, they put something in the pot for the program. And then I think if they do, I think you can cut it in half. $5 million drop in the bucket. I mean, just be honest, drop in the bucket. And then I assume that the annual funding last year, I think they got 15 million or 20 million. I'm assuming that that will be coming out. That's the funding that the cities apply for under, I guess it's under GoBiz, and I don't know if that's related or not. So that would be my comment. Cut it in half and have those jurisdictions put some money in, because I think that would be unfair to Oakland, LA, San Francisco, and Sacramento, where they put money in, and I know they're getting a large part of the funding, but I think that's just unfair that they put it in, and these other jurisdictions are just going to be given money to start a program. They should be able to put money up.
30 seconds.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have caller 37. You're probably going to dial star 6 to unmute.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo basically what everybody's saying. It was a good idea, the 25%, but in reality, you have to ask for half of it. We deserve half of it. They're going to dwindle it down anyway, but it should be, the ask should be for 50%. And I agree with also what Yvette said about providing help in making sure that the money is correctly moved. So thank you so much. Keep up the good work, you guys.
Thank you. And those are all of our requests for comments at the moment, Mr. Chair.
Okay, wonderful. I have a quick question before we move forward. So if we want to amend the motion, do we have to open public comment again after that? Because I'd like to amend it to 50%, considering.
Yeah, you typically would amend the motion and then open for public comment on anything related to the amendment. But I think those who've already provided that same comment to you previously probably won't need to do it again if you amend the motion, but you should offer the opportunity.
Okay, well, let's do that. Let's amend it to 50 and open it for public comment briefly for folks who want to address that.
So in order to amend the motion, you would need your second to go ahead and be willing to second that.
Forgive me, committee members, for moving too quickly. Anybody?
Hi, this is Christine. I second.
Thank you, Christine.
Okay, now you're good to go.
Okay, all right. So let's open it up for public comment to address just specifically just amending it from 25% to 50%.
This is the moderator. We are now taking public comment on the amended motion. If you would like to make a comment, please type the word comment into the Q&A box in the lower right-hand corner of the screen and send that comment to all participants. Dial-in users, please dial star 3 to raise your hand. We will call on people in the order we have requests. All right, and our first request comes from Jesse Noble. Hold on just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone. All right, Jesse, we've sent you a request to unmute your mic.
Okay. Can you guys hear me?
Go ahead, please.
Hello? Okay, cool. I just want to congratulate you guys on your, Mr. Chair, you're like you just joked for moving too fast. This is great. I can see that you guys really are motivated. The tone started out a little negative. A lot of people were complaining, and for good reason. I was complaining myself because it's been such a battle for us. But you guys are doing, this is what it takes is what you're doing right this second. Like on the spot, changing something that's not acceptable and just doubling it without without studying it and putting it over till next time and kicking the can down the road. So I just want to commend you guys for that. And I'm personally thankful. It gives me a lot of hope that things are going to work out. So congratulations. I appreciate it. That's all I've got.
Thank you. Next, we have Ray Prez. Hold on just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
Yes, thanks. Thank you for the motion. I would suggest too, and this might be something you can do later, but if Oakland, Sacramento, and San Francisco be given a larger share of that because they had their own equity program before, and I think they should get a larger share. And got to be much, but I would suggest it's kind of be broken down that way. Thanks.
Just for clarification, this is not for anybody that currently has um, a, a cannabis jurisdiction. These are for only jurisdictions that don't have any cannabis, or at least any cannabis retail at this point. Can someone confirm that for me? Which means that Sacramento, Oakland, LA would not be eligible for this. Is that right?
So the provisions of the local jurisdiction grants are that for these retail ones are that they do not have a retail program at this time.
Okay, just wanted to clarify. Thanks.
Yeah, and that's actually in statute, in the statute that created this program.
All right, and those are all of our requests for comments at the moment, Mr. Chair.
All right, well, let's move to a vote.
All right, I'm just going to quickly read out the motion with the amendment, and then we will move on to the vote. So as the motion stands, the Equity Subcommittee recommends that the full CAC Committee recommend to DCC that they include a provision in the local jurisdiction retail access grant program that 50% of the funds received are given by the local jurisdiction directly to social equity applicants, and that the program prioritize local jurisdictions that already have other types of commercial cannabis licenses. Is that correct, Chair?
That's correct.
Great, then we will move on to the vote. So please vote yay or nay. Chair Shockley?
Yay.
Thank you. Member De La Rosa?
Yay.
Thank you. And Member Payan Pearson?
Yay.
That's 3 yays, the motion passes. Thank you.
Wonderful. All right, well, let's move on to the final agenda item of the day. Item 6, recommendations for future agenda items. Now, we've covered a lot of ground with our goals, objectives, and priorities for 2023, and I'll use that information to build future agendas with the department's help. Is there any other agenda items that have not been discussed yet that members would like to bring up? So let's open the floor to members. Any agenda items that we want to, that you all would like to put on for our next meeting?
Hi, this is Member Christine De La Rosa. I would like to put on the next meeting agenda social equity financing. I think that one of the things that we heard is that there's a lot of need for access to capital. And although we don't, as a committee, have a financial subcommittee, I think that it would be important for us as the DEI committee to put that on our list of agendas to talk, future agenda items to talk about in terms of resources that we know or resources that we can access. I really do believe that there is a public-private partnership that needs to happen for social equity to be able to access capital in the state of California. That's not ridiculous loans at 30% interest. And I think there's ways to do that, utilizing different financial instruments. And I think that should be on the agenda because everybody that I'm hearing on the call, including myself, the access to capital is just horrific in California, everywhere, but specifically in California because we're an older market and we have to become more. So what I'm looking for, we have to think outside of the box to make sure that we have access to the capital needs that people have currently and what's coming up for the new social equity operators in the next rounds.
Member De La Rosa, could we call that item subsidies and address that like in holistically from a tax perspective, equity, access to grant money and loans, or
Yeah.
specifically want to,
No, I think we can make it broad. I think the thing that I don't know, I know that this is kind of outside of the scope of California, but you know, the Prepare Act from Hakeem Jeffries is coming down the pike, and it has the votes in both the House and the Senate. And that Prepare Act is about preparing all the government, U.S. government agencies, labor, ag, SBA, FDA, prepared for legalization or descheduling or rescheduling or whatever's coming down the pike. And I think that as a state, and the largest state, or one of the two largest states in the US, our state has to be prepared for that. And one of the things that is really important to note is that I think you're saying the right word in terms of subsidy, right? Because as we know, no other industry in the history of the US has had to stand itself up. It's always been subsidized from the government. So it's not lost on me that the one industry that comes from Black and brown people is expected to stand itself up, right? So I think using the term subsidy is correct, and also really thinking about how we go for ours when federal descheduling happens, because there's going to be a lot of money flowing. And one of the things that would alleviate most of the people's issues, not everybody's, but most of the people's issues, would be access to SBA loans that are low interest. So I just think that you could put it underneath. I said all of that to say yes, subsidies, yes, and also figuring out how we prepare our communities here in California to access the things that are currently available. There's currently money available for hemp and ag from the Department of Ag, but nobody knows about it. Very few people know about it. So I just think that that's something that we should really put on the next agenda, because we have to start really working as a group of people instead of siloed in order to get access to that. And it's going to be an entire community effort to make sure that our communities here in California and across the US have access to that federal money in conjunction with the state money.
I totally agree. Member Payan, do you have any recommendations for agenda items for our next meeting?
There's one that comes to mind, Chair, but I also want to really hold with respect the requests that we've had to keep our scope narrow, because we do have a lot of things to cover and they're all very important. But one thing that I've pondered, and I would love to get both of your thoughts on this, is really taking a look at the predatory practices that our equity community has had to endure, and whether the DCC is aware of some of the things that they've had to work with. And as rules change and practices change, so do the predatory practices. And I would really like to have a discussion on what's going on and what we need to do to safeguard people.
Totally. I second that as well. So I think we have two items, a discussion on predatory practices within social equity. I think that's important to bring to the forefront, and members of the public will want to speak to that to bring things to light. And then the other is what's the other? Sorry, I just went blank for a second. It's access to funding. Yeah, so social equity subsidies covering access to capital for social equity entrepreneurs. So those two things we have from the committee. I'd like to open the floor up to discussion from the public and get comments from the public on what should be agenda items, and then and then I guess we don't need to do a vote on this. I can draft the next agenda based on our discussion here. So I'll include the items the members just recommended, and please let's take public comment on this before we wrap up for the day.
And just a point of clarification, this is a discussion item on the agenda, so it is not agendized for any motions. So we wouldn't be able to vote on any of this today, but it's to inform you. Great.
Yep.
This is the moderator. We are now open for public comment on recommendations for future agenda items. If you would like to make a comment, please type the word comment into the Q&A box in the lower right-hand corner of the screen and send that comment to all participants. Dial-in users, please dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. Starting with Arlene. Hold on just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
I do apologize. I believe I just had a request to add on an agenda item for next meeting, how we can allocate security in the city of Los Angeles for the safety of both owners, social equity and non-social equity. I'm not sure if that was the one that I had a button on for, but that was all I have for now.
Thank you. And next we have Jesse Noble. Hold on just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone. And if you are connected by phone, you may need to dial *6. Jesse, we're going to send you another request to unmute your microphone. All right, we're going to move on. Khalil Ferguson, bear with us just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
Good afternoon, committee and chairs. This is Khalil Ferguson again with United Core Alliance. I would just recommend that if this committee does have purview, that they recommend to state staff or to staff to begin identifying recommendations and to taking steps to identifying the data that Eliana mentioned with regards to the social equity data that we can use for our policy advocacy. Just anytime within the next few months, if that is a purview of this committee, to begin identifying that data and presenting that to the committee and the state constituents. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we have Ignite Daniel. Hold on just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that the verification process and the botch, how it's been just completely overlooked. The verification process should be added to the agenda so we can see what's going on and how people who provided the proper documentation were denied their access. Thank you.
Thank you. And let's go to Ray Perez. Oh, my apologies. Let's try Ray again.
Yeah, thanks. I'm an accounting partner. I'm a partner with KP Public Accountants, and I want to expose the burden that these no-interest loans in Oakland and Sacramento are causing equity businesses. I had a virtual meeting with Mr. Eugene Hampton in December of last year. At that time, in Sacramento had issued loans. I had two clients in Oakland. One client got a $150,000 loan, paid back $75,000, and the city says he's going to be in collections for the balance. I got an email, Sacramento, you need to be current on your loan before you're even going to get any future funding. I would recommend if the committee can have the Office of Administrative Law look at presenting to the state legislature the removal of the no interest loans from the equity statute. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Nina Parks.
Hello, this is Nina Parks, representing Equity Trade, and also a former chair of the Cannabis Oversight Committee in San Francisco. I would like to recommend that either on next meeting or one of the meetings that you guys have to get a report back or invite the cities to do a report back on how their money is being distributed and in what ways. And maybe if we can get a report back from GoBiz to get an understanding of how they think it's going and how their process has been, so that we can all get a more transparent understanding of the process from these entities, and that way, whatever recommendations we can make, and also insight that we can give them, um, can help to potentially build a more impactful way of getting us funds. Thank you.
Thank you. And let's circle back to Jesse. Hold on just a moment. Jesse Noble. All right, Jesse, we're going to try you one last time here.
Oh, I think it worked there.
There
Can
it
you guys
is.
hear me?
Go
Okay,
ahead, please.
excellent. Cool. So I wanted to add as a recommendation for next meeting to get something agendized. I think one thing that could really help us is like a dedicated help center somewhere, at least, where you can't be told to go away, because we encounter that a lot, where people go, "Oh, everybody's remote. This isn't a public building. Get out of here." Because I try to chase down these little problems, on my own, proactively, by going to these offices, going to state offices and stuff. And a lot of the time, even well-intentioned staff, they can't help me because there's just nobody there or something, or they don't know which way to point me, or it's always, I don't have, it's been 100 reasons. It's just always, people don't know what to tell me. So if we could try to start getting some dedicated help center, a place to turn, where there's staff to answer questions and redirect you, at least to tell you where your next steps are and stuff like that. And it can't be 100% email and remote like that. It's just been really, really a big struggle, and that I could have solved easily if, when I did show up to the places, something like what I'm describing, if that existed, I would have figured this out a couple of years ago on my own. And I'm sure that's probably true for a lot of other people.
30 seconds.
Too. Okay, well, that's probably sufficient. That's what I'm trying to describe or suggest. Thank you for everything. That's all.
Thank you. And those are all of our requests for comment at the moment, Mr. Chair.
Okay, wonderful. So I've noted all those, and I will use those recommendations to inform future agenda items. I just want to make sure, did we have a vote on on supporting SB 51, Senator Bradford's bill? And is that something that we can do as a final act in this meeting?
So I don't believe that there was any motion related to that during this meeting. I think if you wanted to go back and put it as a prioritization, you could. The other option is you could put it on the next meeting agenda and have a fuller discussion about it, if you want to be discussing the topic more broadly than just putting it on the list for prioritization.
So I think what we'd like to do is do a motion that recommends to the full CAC that this is to recommend to the DCC that let's see. I don't know. We want to do something to show our support for that motion. Though we had like 50 people call in today concerned about making that known. So I guess just want to do some sort of motion that indicates that this committee is concerned about that.
Yeah, so the agenda doesn't really have a space for a recommendation on it in the same way it does that we did for this conversation we just had, where it was recommendations on that. I think under this agenda, under Bagley Keene, you already have a motion that talks about, I think, prioritization and the prioritization of provisional licensing is something you're going to prioritize this year. So that's there. I think your room to move under this agenda would be if you wanted a separate motion, you could go back to that agenda item. You could do a separate motion that you prioritize that. But in terms of an actual recommendation of support, it would need to be agendized differently. And so we'd need to do that at a future meeting.
Okay, we'll put that on the agenda for the next meeting.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. So with that, I want to thank everybody for their participation.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
We have one comment that slipped in at the end. Would you be willing to entertain that?
Yes, we'll hear the last comment.
All right. Jarrett Hill, bear with us just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
I appreciate it. I got distracted there, but one recommendation for these future agenda items that I would suggest or ask for is that this committee and the state do one of two things. Either mandate that these cities and counties, these local jurisdictions, that any grant money awarded to them, those full amounts get passed through to the folks, the people, rather than in misdirected to these community-based organizations that misappropriate the funds, or to some government study that doesn't impact the folks who need that money to build their businesses. And if that can't be mandated that they do that, then maybe recommend that the state take over that piece of it, any grant money, and directly allocate and administer those grants directly to the people. That's my recommendation or suggestion. And thanks for hearing me.
You got it. Thanks for contributing. Well, seeing there's no more requests for comment, moderator, can you please close the comment section? And I want to thank our members and the public for contributing your time and your recommendations today. And I look forward to working with you all in the future. Today's meeting is adjourned.